At Citi Field in New York, the New York Mets play the San Diego Padres. Terry Collins has had some significant tests for a team that has played very well. His first baseman, Ike Davis, has struggled, but Ike's going to be sticking around as Terry puts his faith in his first baseman. And, oh, yeah, the guy in the other corner, he's been pretty good. And a pleasant good evening, everybody, and welcome to Citi Field. Gary Cohen, Keith Hernandez, Ron Darling with you tonight as the Mets begin an 11-game homestand with the first of 4 against the San Diego Padres. The Mets just finished a stretch in which they played 18 of their last 25 on the road. They held their heads above water. They were 13-12 in that stretch, and they come home just 2 games out of first place to play the lowly Padres.
Well, you know, you got to take advantage of the homestand. It's the longest homestand of the year, and it's a 4-game set here with the Pods, who offensively, their numbers have been awful. They're last in home runs, next to last in batting average, runs, slugging percentage, on base percentage. Defensively, they've made 42 errors. That's next to last in the National League. So they got the Phillies coming in after this team for 3 and the Cardinals 4. They've got to jump on these first 4 games with the Padres. And
it's an exciting night for a youngster from Oklahoma, Jeremy Hefner, who tonight makes his first major league start for the Mets.
You know, he's done a nice job. He's had 2 appearances out of the bullpen for the Mets, scoreless in his first appearance in 3 innings, and then although he got the loss in Toronto, was outstanding, only giving up a couple of runs in his 5 innings of work.
And on the other side for the Padres, a guy with whom the Mets have a little bit of familiarity, left-hander Eric Stoltz.
Well, he's going to try to repeat what he did 6 seasons ago in 2006. He had a beautiful effort here at Shea Stadium, with 6 innings and giving up only a solo home run to Jose Reyes.
That was back in his first big league start for the Dodgers in 2006. The Mets coming home for the first of 11 at home at Citi Field. Mets and Padres, all the action on SNY. By Geico, by Budweiser, by AT&T, rethink possible, by the all-new Mazda CX-5 with 35 highway miles per gallon, by Parts Authority Auto Parts Superstores, where the answer is always yes. And by Nissan's National Tent Event. Visit ChooseNissan.com or your local dealer. Hitting the road, take the Mets with you this season. Subscribe to MLB.tv today to see every Mets out-of-market game live online and on your favorite devices in HD quality. Visit Mets.com to order and get more details. MLB.tv, baseball everywhere. Take a drive around the majors presented by Nissan. Cole Hamels, brilliant last night. 8 scoreless innings against the Nats. He allowed just 4 hits, struck out 8 as the Phillies beat Washington 4-1. Also, Todd Frazier hit a walk-off home run in the bottom of the 9th for the Reds. They've now won 5 in a row. They go for the sweep of a 4-game series against Atlanta tonight. And this afternoon, Justin Masterson outdueled Justin Verlander. And the Indians beat the Tigers 2-1 to sweep that series. Cleveland now has a 4-game lead in the American League Central. Jeremy Hefner. His family's in town from Oklahoma, getting ready to watch him make his first major league start. Fans coming into Citi Field, getting ready for the first pitch coming up. Is brought to you by Bob's Discount Furniture, proud to be the furniture store of the New York Mets. Here's your Ford starting lineup for the San Diego Padres, who come in at 16-29 on the year, 14 and a half games out in last place in the National League West. They have 13 players on the disabled list. They've got a number 3 hitter, Yonder Alonso, with 1 home run, and a cleanup hitter, Jesus Guzman, with no home runs, which kind of gives you an idea what Bud Black is up against and what Jeremy Hefner is facing tonight.
Well, I gave you his numbers in the open. 8 innings, 7 hits, only 1 run allowed. In the minor leagues, his ERA was 2.72 in 7 games started.
And the Mets Lexus defense, Cedeno, has been doing a great job filling in for Tejada at shortstop. Had a nice series out in Pittsburgh. His old mates. Hairston out in left field as he's been playing against the left-handers.
And Andres Torres back in the lineup tonight after sitting out the last 2 games. It's been raining off and on in New York today. And it starts to rain just as we're about to start the game. Well, a few moments ago, we had a very special first pitch ceremony. This is New York City Police Detective Kevin Brennan, better known as the Miracle Cop. Detective Brennan was shot in the head at point-blank range by a murder suspect in January, and he has bounced back brilliantly and out here today to throw out the first pitch, and we are so happy he was able to make that appointment on the mound today.
And a nice arm. He threw a bullet. Strike.
Will Venable will lead things off for the Padres. Venable, who hit a leadoff home run in St. Louis yesterday. In fact, the Padres scored 3 in the first against the Cardinals and then didn't score again and got beat 6-3 and got swept in that series. And Hefner's first pitch on a suddenly rainy night is up and away for ball 1.
Venable's good at the leadoff home run. He's not that great at hitting home runs.
Well, he now has 6 leadoff home runs the last 2 years. He only has 6 other home runs the last 2 years. This is a San Diego team that has hit just 17 home runs this season. 17 homers in 45 games. Hefner behind 2-0, and Venable takes high 3-0. One thing the Padres do very well, and it's odd because the rest of their offensive output has been so poor, they lead the league in drawing walks. Venable takes the first strike of the night, 3-1. There's Bud Black, who has watched his Padres struggle miserably offensively, and that's kind of been a theme for San Diego since they moved into Petco Park. It's a very tough place to score runs. They've had very good pitching over the last half dozen years, but their offense has generally lagged, but never more so than this year. 3-2 coming from Hefner, and it's fouled back.
That goes flying from Venable in this rainy conditions.
And just as quickly as the rain started, it's beginning to abate.
It's going to be one of those start and stop nights weather-wise. And Pine Tar, very critical in rainy conditions.
Ronnie, he's an Ivy Leaguer. He should know enough to have Pine Tar.
He was already in the on-deck circle, guys.
But he should have known it was going to rain.
There you go.
Here's the 3-2, and it's pulled on the ground to Murphy. And so Hefner has the first out of the night. 1 out and nobody on. Well, we talked about Petco Park and how it depresses numbers. And there are some of the offensive numbers. Here's maybe the best one. Their OPS at home, on base plus slugging, is 571. On the road, it's 738. So 167 point difference in their OPS between home and road. And I think that over the years that Petco Park, for all of its run depression, has really gotten into the heads of the San Diego players.
A lot of their young players, right? It's about 3 or 4 years now for them dealing with fly balls caught.
Speaking of young players, Cameron Maybin, just 25 years old, and signed this spring to a 5-year, $25 million contract, and he's gotten off to a very slow start. The former Marlin hitting just .212. David Wright backs off to play the hop and slings it over to Rotino for the second out. So Hefner gets 2 ground balls to start his night, and he'll face the former University of Miami first baseman Yonder Alonso.
Well, he's the lone 300 hitter in the bunch, and as you can see, second amongst rookies. And Gary, you know, talking about the Pods, we hate to be beating up on them here, but they got a .330 slugging percentage. And what I find interesting is the last team that finished with a
Right on cue.
Long drive by Alonso, but Torres going back nicely on that ball hit right over his head for the third out.
The only team that finished with a slugging percentage under .330 was the '86 Cardinals. Could you believe that?
Wow. Cardinals in that big ballpark? Sure. Mets come to bat with no score. tonight, and he is watching it rain. He just had a conversation with Bill Deacon, who runs the stadium operations here, the field operations, and he was told that it's not going to rain all that much, so stick it out. Here's your Geico starting lineup for the Mets tonight. Ronnie Cedeno leading off for the first time since 2010, coming off a terrific series in his return to Pittsburgh.
Well, Eric Stoltz's 2 starts. He was claimed off waivers from the Chicago White Sox by the Padres. 121 major league starts in the minors.
Cedeno lines one to Everett Cabrera for the first out.
I think I said 121 minor league starts in the minors. He spent 2010 in Japan.
He was a Hiroshima Tayo Carp.
There you go.
Came back to pitch for the Rockies last year, and then was at Charlotte in the White Sox organization, claimed on waivers just a week ago, and the Padres stuck him right in the rotation. Here's Daniel Murphy with 1 out, and he takes a strike.
And the Coors Light Padres defense, we told you earlier that they are 15th, ranked 15th in the National League with the 42 errors. So this club is really hurting right now.
Murphy hits the curveball out to left center. Maben, as he generally does, takes an odd route for the second out. But we've seen a lot of Maben over the years from his days with the Marlins. He runs strangely.
But just like with the rudder of a ship, if he's in the wrong direction, he uses that right arm to get him in the right place.
The windmill.
Looked like the rain caught some people by surprise, judging from that last shot we had. That's an old standby.
It's the glove.
So 2 up and 2 quickly set aside, and now David Wright, whose batting average has slipped just a shade below 400. He's at .399 starting play tonight, and he takes off the outside corner from Stoltz. David, one of 2 batters in the lineup tonight who has faced Stoltz before, and that goes back to that first big league start that Stoltz had back in '06 for the Dodgers. In that same series in September of 2006 for the Dodgers, Stoltz and Hong-Chi Kuo each made their first big league start, 2 left-handers, and they completely stifled the Mets in that series, and it really informed the way the Dodgers built their roster for the division series they played against the Mets that year. 2-1 to David. Stoltz didn't make that postseason roster, but there was a lot of talk about the fact that he might, even though he only had 2 starts under his belt.
The Dodgers' problem that series, they were trying to score 2 runs at a time at the plate. That became a problem.
Yeah, remember that. Wright rips one down the right field line. The next, an extra base hit going to the wall. David Wright with another first inning double. And the Mets have the first base runner of the night.
Well, they keep on wanting to pitch David away. He's just going that way so well this year. Keeping that front shoulder in. And that's his 16th double of the season, and that'll get him over the 400 marker. I think David's going to have a greater appreciation of what it's like for a full season. Ted Williams hitting 400, of course, the last to hit 400. How difficult it is to stay above that even for 6 weeks.
He's hitting .403 now, but you just don't expect it to last.
Oh,
it's not even fair to think about.
Oh, it's just make a fun summer for us, though, wouldn't it?
Ted Williams
and
walk
for him, by the way.
Yes, more fun for him.
Here's Scott Hairston hitting cleanup tonight against the left-hander. He's hitting .313 against lefties. And a little comebacker to Stoltz. And he takes care of that with the underhand toss to end the inning. So a 2-out double for David Wright amounts to nothing. No score after 1 at Citi Field. Jeremy Hefner, who pitched a 1-2-3 first inning. Guzman, one of the big surprises in baseball last year, played a half a season with the Padres, hit .312. He has not quite been able to duplicate those numbers this year. Mets and Padres played 7 times last year, and Guzman seemed to be on base every at bat in that series. And Hefner's first pitch to Guzman is fouled off the right side, 0-1. It'll be Guzman, then Chase Headley, and Nick Hundley for the Padres in the second. Headley normally the number 3 hitter, but Bud Black has been trying to shake up his batting order, trying to find some kind of a winning combination for a team that's second to last in the majors in runs. And Guzman picks up where he left off against the Mets last year with a base hit leading off the second. Well, some of us like to participate in art projects, and today Ronnie was part of one up in Harlem for Habitat for Humanity.
Well, Mookie and I were up there at the Martin Luther King Towers Community Center, and what it is a brush for kindness. You get a lot of the volunteers, a lot of young people there, and a lot of these buildings, of course, need a little paint, and they had an illustrator there draw it, so we were painting by numbers. So Mookie and I had a chance to do some good things.
You look cold there.
Yeah, well, it was raining. I mean, it was. I had my S&Y jacket.
Coming handy. One hopper to Murphy, a chance for 2, wide throw, and so that takes away the opportunity for the double play. Cedeno did well to bail out Murphy and get 1 out.
Well, Murph's been playing a very good second base. Nice stretch by Cedeno, and I think he would have tried to complete this play with a little wet field. I think he slipped, but make sure the lead out. So all in all, I think Murph has been looking so much more comfortable at second base. And nice stretch by Cedeno.
So 1 out and 1 on. Headley now aboard. And here is Nick Hundley, who's having a miserable start to his season, hitting just .171. And he hits it in the air to left center. Pretty well hit, but deep in the gap is Torres to run it down as Hairston gets out of the way. Lesson learned by the Mets outfield core, and that's the second out. Of course, Baxter and Neuenhuis were the culprits in Pittsburgh on Monday night. So 2 out. Now Andy Perino, the shortstop. Perino from upstate in Brockport, New York. Went to Lemoyne College, one of the few major leaguers to come out of that Division III program. Division II, excuse me. Tom Browning, fine left-hander who threw a perfect game, went to Lemoyne, and Jim Deshaies, who once struck out 8 straight to start a game for a major league record.
It was the big Shea, right?
Well, offensively, the shortstop position for the Padres has been a big problem. They've had 3 guys play that position: Bartlett, Perino, and Cabrera, and they're all well on the interstate.
Jason Bartlett now on the disabled list, the former Twin and Ray, who had not been hitting at all, and there's no guarantee he gets his job back when he comes back from the DL. Perino, a switch hitter who hasn't hit much from either side of the plate. Well, the Padres are swinging early and often against Hefner, who proved in Toronto in that 5-inning relief stint that he can come in and throw strikes, and he's done that tonight. And Perino fouls it off, and it's 0-2.
Well, the advanced scouting, if you saw Hefner throw in Toronto, you'd have to get the report that he throws strikes. He throws his fastball early in the count, and I think these young hitters for the Padres are acting accordingly.
His mom and dad are here tonight from Oklahoma. His wife and his young son. His wife's 6 months pregnant with their second child. They're all here tonight. His sister's here. So the whole family came in for this event. Hope they brought their umbrellas. Now the 0-2 to Perino, a breaking ball in there for a call, strike 3. So Hefner has his first strikeout, and the Padres are done in the top of the second. No score at Citi Field. Township City Field tonight. They're used to the wet.
Yeah. Oh, there's the officers.
Ah, come on. They're Navy people. Aren't they supposed to, be splashed a little bit? Lucas Duda leads off in the home second. Duda hitting a .264 for the year, and he takes a strike. Looking at some numbers today that the folks at Bloomberg supplied us. Do you know that Lucas Duda has the highest line drive percentage of any hitter in the National League? He's hit a line drive 27.6% of the time, which is better even than David Wright, who's at 26.3.
Wow. Now the rain always looks a lot worse on television. It's really just kind of a steady little drizzle.
Here's the 1-2 from Stoltz, and the breaking ball hit on the ground toward the hole and off the glove of Cabrera. And Duda's aboard, takes a turn and holds on as Venable charges it. Cabrera, normally a shortstop, playing second base, had that ball roll up his arm.
Took a little up hop on him there. It's also one of the few teams that has not played a shift against Lucas Duda. That would have been a can of corn. It can't be a can of corn. What's a can of corn equivalent of a ground ball? Would have been right to him.
That's a good question.
Yeah.
There's never been
Let's come up with
a routine ground ball.
Okay.
Gare, you've been in this business longer than us.
A grass scorcher.
There we go.
They rule it a base hit for Duda. So the Mets have their second hit off Stoltz. And now Vinny Rotino getting the start at first base tonight. Vinny 1 for 7 since joining the Mets. Was red hot at Buffalo before being called up. And he takes up and away for ball one. Rotino getting the start against the left-hander tonight, but most of the pregame chatter concerned the guy who is not playing first base tonight, and that would be Ike Davis, who was told today by Terry Collins that he will not be sent to the minor leagues after much discussion about that subject over the last week since the Mets were in Toronto.
Well, I just think they're trying to ease his mind. He's got enough going on right now. I mean, Ike's got to be shook with what he's been doing all season and struggling and striking out a lot. So it was a story, and it was all over the place. You guys were on the road. I was reading about it here out in SAG. So it just kind of puts it to rest a little bit, and it kind of hopefully reassure Ike, get him to relax. But
Rotino rolls over one to third. Head lead to Cabrera, who drops it on the transfer, so Duda is out. And that's the first out of the inning. But Cabrera having a little trouble. Couldn't field Duda's grounder, and now loses the exchange.
Well, perfect feed. But Cabrera really a shortstop. As Gary, you said, most of his starts have been at short. And
that's a big glove for a second baseman, isn't it?
Yes, it sure is.
And I think that might have had an impact on that drop. I mean, normally the second baseman use very small gloves.
They have the smallest glove of all the infielders. Usually just a little bit bigger than their fingers.
Mm-hmm. 1 out and 1 on. Here's Andres Torres. Torres trying to fight out of a miserable batting slump. Sat the last 2 days and takes a strike from Stoltz. Torres 0 for his last 17 and 1 for his last 34. Seen his average slip to just 187. So Terry Collins put him back in the lineup, but took him out of the leadoff spot, dropped him to the 7 hole tonight. And he lines one into center field. 7 hole agrees with him. Rotino stops at second. So Torres snaps an 0 for 17 with a base hit, and the Mets have 2 men on. Well, we talked about Ike Davis, and before the game, Terry Collins explained why they decided to keep Ike around.
Well, one of the things we try to do is make sure that he understands we believe in him. We trust him. He's an outstanding player. We told him he's the first baseman. I said, look, I can't promise you're going to play every day. Our object is still make sure we put the best lineup out there. And today, even though this is a pretty good guy for him to face, Vinny Rotino's got tremendous numbers against left-handed pitching. So, but he'll be in there tomorrow. He'll be in there tonight. We get the lead. You'll see him at first base. We're a better team with him out there.
And that is one of the considerations, that you certainly can't replace Ike's defense at first base. Here's Rob Johnson taking a strike.
The Mets coming into this game, Gary, we're a quarter of the way through the season, a little over, and 24-20, and really have got nothing from Ike thus far. They've really held their own. I think it makes it immeasurably easier for Ike, although I'm sure this has been really painful for him. And I've been there early in my career. I got sent down and was hitting on the interstate, and I was benched and spot playing, not like Ike, who's played a lot. And you know, when you're young and you don't know, you haven't had a full season under your belt, haven't established yourself, your confidence can get shook.
You know, I think it's all about what Terry said, and that is trying to give Ike's confidence. You can't play this game without confidence, and it's hard to play this game with the Grim Reaper in back you.
The runners go. The pitch high. The throw to third by Hundley is sailed down the line, and that'll bring in Rotino with the game's first run. Torres tries for third and makes it safely. On an 0-2 pitch to the number 8 hitter, the Mets take a chance, and it pays off as Hundley airmails it down the line to bring in Rotino.
Well, the 43rd error of the year will be charged to the catcher, Hundley. Boy, that ball just sailed. And I can't believe that Vinny Rotino, who's just recently been called up, a second stint here, ran on his own. I think he ran on his own.
I don't think so at all. I think that was a planned double steal with the 8 hitter up with an 0-2 count and the pitcher on deck. Now they bring the infield in on 1-2 to Johnson, and he hits a comebacker. Torres has to freeze at third, and Stoltz almost threw it away with the lollipop to first. Fortunate to get the out, and Bud Black not a happy camper.
Not happy with the rain affecting the conditions.
You know, you have to be able to throw the ball to first base, though.
Listen, he's got the yips throwing to first. That had nothing to do with the rain, because the last time he had a comebacker, he ran it over the first and underhanded it there. Now, I'm not saying the conditions aren't bad.
Well, that's what you call a lollipop right there.
So now Jeremy Hefner's first big league plate appearance with a runner at third and 2 out, and he golfs one foul. By the way, talking about Ike and the decision to keep him here, Sandy Alderson's going to join us in the booth next half inning, so we'll talk about that and a lot more with the Mets general manager. Hefner was 0 for 10 at Buffalo this year. Lifetime 103 hitter in the minors with 1 home run. And Stoltz uses that changeup a lot, and he's ahead 0-2.
This tarp is going to go on the field if Hefner makes an out.
I'll give us more time to talk to Sandy.
Keep him for the duration.
Whether that makes him happy or not, I don't know. Yeah, the color of the infield is beginning to change, starting to get those shiny spots, and that's usually an indication it's about time to cover the field. Here's the 0-2, and Hefner goes down swinging on the fastball, and that'll do it for the inning. Mets get an unearned run in the second inning and lead it 1-0. Brought to you by Pepsi Max. Go to MLB.com/Pepsi Max to vote for your favorite legends for the chance to play ball with some of baseball's greats. By the Atlantic City Alliance. This Monday at noon, watch the Mets take on the Phillies on the big screen at the beach. Viewing party in Atlantic City. Visit doatlanticcity.com for details. By and by Parts Authority Auto Parts Superstores, where the answer is always yes. Begin your Memorial Day weekend at Citi Field tomorrow night. Mets host the Padres at 7:10. Visit Mets.com or call 718-507-TIXX for your tickets now. And as you can see on your screen, the umpires have decided to cover the field with the rain falling. After 2 innings, the Mets leading the Padres 1-0, and that gives us a chance to talk at leisure with Mets General Manager Sandy Alderson. Sandy, how are you?
Doing well. This is exactly what I worried about. This is too open-ended.
We promise we won't keep you too long. Obviously, the number one topic of conversation this last week has been about Ike Davis and the decision made today not to send him down. Take us through what the factors were, both for and against sending him down.
Well, this has been an ongoing issue for probably a couple of weeks. Heightened by the fact that some other clubs had sent prominent players down, Lynn with Toronto, and
Gabby
Sanchez with Miami. So it was coming to a head. Ike was being asked about it on a daily basis. Terry was being asked about it. There was speculation in the media, and so we felt coming off the road trip. And to some extent, we had created this ourselves because we had talked about giving him some more time, and let's see what happens on the road trip with some of the pitching that we were going to see, a lot of right-handed starting pitching. So in some sense, this situation had been created by ourselves, but we felt it was necessary to resolve it one way or the other. And, of course, we had 2 choices, send him down or keep him here. And so I came over last night. The team arrived. We had a meeting among the coaches and Terry, myself, John Ricco, and talked about it at length. And, in some ways, the easy thing to do was to send him down. In fact, there was some discussion about the bold move is to send him down. And frankly, I don't think the bold move was to send him down. I think the bold move was to keep him here. But Ike means a lot to this team. He's well liked by his teammates. They're pulling for him. He hasn't burdened his teammates with the situation that he's had to endure. He still helps us defensively, and the upside is pretty significant for us. So really the question is, how do we best get that upside? And, in talking to all the coaches and Terry, I think everybody felt that, look, this is a guy who is making some progress, and we felt it was important to alleviate this burden of the jury being out, and that he might be sent down tomorrow, the next day. This is his last at-bat. This is his last start, etc. So, rightly or wrongly, we said, look, we've got confidence in you, Ike, and we want you to stay here. We want you to work it out here. Dave Hudgens felt strongly about it. And, from my standpoint, he's an integral part of the team. There's a big upside. And there's no guarantee that he goes down, and even if he does well, he's got to come back up here and reestablish himself. So given the fact that, we're playing pretty good baseball, and we're starting to see some signs, at least, that Ike is getting back, and, hopefully won't throw away at-bats as perhaps he's done over the last 2 or 3 weeks, and we'll see where it goes. But I think it was important to try and give Ike some confidence that he's going to be here for a while and get a chance to work it out.
When you look at Ike and when you talk to Dave Hudgens, what do you see as the biggest issue?
Well, I'm a non-player, so I never played. I'm not speaking as a former player, but just as an observer, I think what I've seen is that teams have pitched him pretty consistently the same way, and that very often, that pitch on the outside part of the plate, sometimes it's on the plate, sometimes it's off, gets called a strike, and that's the end of the at-bat. And I think one of the things we tried to impress on Ike last night was that, look, to some extent here, it's not about the results, it's about the process. And if you can, focus from at-bat to at-bat and not give them away and not get discouraged, perhaps those results will change.
Well, some things are bad, but some things have been good. You had to maybe rush a young player, Kirk Neuenhuis. What do you think about the job he's done so far?
Well, he's done he's done a great job for us, and you know, in a position where we really needed some help. I mean, Torres was out, and Nieuwenhuis was a guy that was certainly on the radar, but you know, we had hoped that he would get more time to play at AAA, and that you know, Kirk was perhaps a long-term solution to the situation in center field, but came up after what, a day or so of the regular season, and you know, has played very well. And when you see that he might be fading a bit, he turns it around. So yeah, he's been a great addition, and one of the key reasons why we've been able to perform as well as we have in the absence of some of our players and in the absence of, you know, the performance of some of our players.
Now, you're probably a week to 10 days away from making a decision until Jason Bay comes back, but obviously you're going to have a logjam at your first base and outfield spots. Have you guys had internal discussions yet? Do you have an idea about what you're going to do when Jason comes back?
Well, we're always thinking about these things, but you can't anticipate what will happen over that next 10 days. Something always comes up that changes your set of options and requires you to take a look at it from an entirely, you know, different perspective. We understand that we may end up with, you know, a number of outfielders, and you know, taking the outfield and first base in the aggregate, you know, may squeeze some playing time. But you know, we'll figure that out. If we've got 5 or 6 guys that are really going well, you know, that's a nice problem to have. We haven't had that problem so far this year.
Well, sometimes it's the guys at the margins who can change your mind. I mean, if the season were just starting today, you'd say, well, Mike Baxter's the guy who goes, but look what you've gotten out of Mike Baxter.
Well, Mike is just a great illustration of what can happen with an opportunity. You know, a lot of people said early in the year and in spring training that we had no depth. And by traditional standards, they were absolutely right. Who the heck is Mike Baxter? But, you know, here's a guy that got an opportunity, has had great at-bats, whether he's done it as a pinch hitter or in the lineup, and has really been, you know, a big factor for us. So I'm thrilled for him. I just think it emphasizes the importance of preserving opportunities for people. And sometimes those opportunities arise out of necessity. Sometimes, you know, you go out on a limb and take a chance on a guy. And I'm really pleased that Mike has taken advantage of his opportunity.
You know, Sandy, coming off yesterday's start by Jonathan Neese, just an outstanding start. I was thinking about the Padres, too, with Cameron Maybin, who's had kind of a up and down start to his career with a larger contract. Jonathan, of course, under a large contract now. How hard is it to identify those guys that you want to get in the mix and tie up for a few years? And what's the percentage? What if you have 3 young players you tie up? Can you afford one not to be exactly what you wanted them to be?
Well, I think it depends on for what and how long you tie them up. You know, in Jonathan's case, obviously he was looking for some security. In our case, you know, we had to project what he would be, and you start with a basic profile. Here's a left-handed starter early in his career, and predicated on what he has done to this point, how valuable will he be to us going forward, even if that performance doesn't improve. So, you know, in his particular case, you know, we felt with the baseline that we had, and with the numbers that we were guaranteeing and the upside that he possessed, that it was and the control that we would that would result from the contract based on the options and so forth, that this was definitely something that we wanted to do. We expect John to be a great pitcher for us, but the contract isn't based on the fact that he will be a great pitcher. And at some point you have to take some risk in order to ensure some control. So, you know, we're looking at Matt Cain versus Baumgartner, for example, in San Francisco. Yeah. You know, on the one hand, you can play it out and allow that risk to be assumed by the player, but at some point, you know, it can cost you a lot of money.
Yeah.
So I think first of all you got to start with a basic profile, and then you go from player to player. We're in a rain delay at Citi Field. The Mets leading the Padres 1-0 after 2 innings, and Jeremy Hefner making the start tonight. The third different pitcher that you've plugged into that spot that was vacated by Mike Pelfrey's injury, and Jeremy's looked terrific so far. But all every Met fan wants to talk about is Matt Harvey, Jeurys Familia, Zach Wheeler, Henry Mejia. Give us an update on the young pitchers, and give us, if you can, some kind of timetable for what you guys are thinking about with them.
Well, we've got actually 3 of those pitchers will be at AAA as of tomorrow. Henry Mejia will be going up there and continuing his rehab stint. He pitched in Binghamton today. So we'll have Harvey, Familia, and Mejia all at AAA, and of course Zach Wheeler is at AA. What I've tried to say in the past is that they're not of all 4, but certainly Harvey, Wheeler, and Familia at this point, their development is independent of anything that we may or may not need at this level, at least at this stage. Their development right now is more important than any short-term benefit that we might get. Harvey's pitched well, hasn't pitched great. We'd love to see him pitch more consistently and well over time. Familia's had some command issues. Mejia's just coming back. You know, I could see Henry perhaps in the bullpen later this year, just depending on what our need is, because I think that you know, if we handle his injury right, that he could probably benefit us in that way potentially down the road. Wheeler, I mean, he was lights out yesterday. Apparently, J.P. Ricciardi was there and said he was major league caliber yesterday. But he's still at AA, and you know, I would not expect him to move anytime soon. But in Wheeler's case, I think we'd be doing well if we were to get him a month or 2 months of AAA ball, if his performance warrants it. And then we'll see what those guys at AAA do, and if they're able to string together some solid performances, and depending on what our needs are here, we'll see. But I want to emphasize that, you know, those are cornerstone players potentially, and we don't want them to fill roles in the margin for us just because of a short-term need here.
Now, it's interesting what you say there, because if you get later in the season, I mean, you're 2 games out of first place right now. You get to August, and or even late July, and you're in a similar spot. Does that mean that you might consider pushing them a little faster than you otherwise would?
Well, I think it's going to depend on how they perform between now and then. And again, I think what you try to do is maintain some independence between what's going on here and what's going on with them. But if there's a merger, and it's not rushing them, it's just recognizing their further development, then, you know, so be it.
Does David Wright's start make the organization think a little bit beyond the club option for next year?
Well, I think we've been thinking in those terms beyond his great start. I think that you know, there's no question that he's had a great start, and in the minds of, I think, Mets fans, and certainly our front office, has further established, not reestablished, but further established, you know, his role on this team and what he means to the team. So, you know, I think we're all very hopeful that long-term David will be here, and at this point, I don't see any great impediment to that occurring, as long as he's interested in that result too.
That's right.
Let me ask you a question about offensive philosophy, Sandy, because it seems as though this team as a whole has really bought into what Dave Hudgens has been preaching, and what you guys as an organization have been preaching, making pitchers work, high on base percentage. And it obviously has paid off for you. You guys are 4 games over 500. But the one thing that's missing in this offense clearly is power.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering how much, if at all, that concerns you at this point.
Well, it concerns me a lot. You know, if you look at, you know, you have power on the one end. Usually the choices are power or speed. Guess what? We don't even have either one. So, but we're doing the things in the middle that make everything else less important. I mean, they're still important, but not critically so. I mean, we're I don't know where we are, 4th or 5th in the league in batting average, but the walks help us because of the selectivity and so forth. The 2-out hitting, situational hitting is also very important. But over time, without the power, it's very difficult because you don't run up the big numbers. When you've got to string a bunch of singles together, ultimately you don't have the big inning unless somebody's wild or you get fortunate, especially in the National League with a pitcher. It's just tough. Look at all the times that we second inning is a perfect example. You get something going and then you run into a stop sign because of the bottom of your order, and that's why power can be very important. A great stat that people can check, but if your team, Gary, hits 2 home runs and Ron's team hits 1, the team that hit 2 home runs wins 75% of the games. You really don't have to know anything else. So that's not that it's the single most important thing, but it's a very critical factor. So we're cognizant of it, but to this point, we haven't seen the power. If you go around our lineup, we just haven't seen it. I mean, we've been talking about Ike Davis, and yet he leads the team in home runs. So that paints a pretty stark picture. But I'm really pleased with the way the guys have approached it because they've approached it the best way they possibly can under the circumstances. But long term, we definitely want to see more power in our lineup.
Overall, coming out of spring training without high expectations from outside and with the team not playing great during the spring and with your bullpen kind of inconsistent and not getting production at some spots and Mike Pelfrey getting hurt, are you thrilled with 24-20? Are you pleased? How do you look at 4 games over 500 right now?
Well, we're 2 out of first. We're a game or half a game out of a wild card if things were to end today. We're 4 games over 500. If you extrapolate that out, 4 games over at the quarter mark, you're 16 over that gets you to 89 wins or so. I mean, you're right there in the in a wild card contention. On the other hand, as you mentioned, with the inconsistency in certain areas, there are a bunch of games we gave away. Of course, we forget about the games that somebody else gave away. That's right. I don't count those. But look, we're 4 games over, and to really my sense of well-being is a function of how we played the day before and what we've done over the last couple of days. It's not about 4 games over. It's okay. Are we gonna how are we gonna play tonight or tomorrow or what's coming? What are the issues we face? And look, we've got to get through some games with Bay and Tejada and Tolley out. It's going to be another week or 10 days, and I'm really pleased with the way this group has kept it going in their absence.
Sandy, thanks so much for taking the time with us.
Has the rain stopped?
Well, you managed to make it through a good portion of the rain delay, I hope.
I appreciate it. Thanks, guys.
Thanks. Sandy Alderson, Mets General Manager. Brought to you by Xerox. Xerox Business of Baseball. Xerox, ready for real business. We're in rain delay. Mets leading 1-0 over the Padres. When we come back from this break, we'll bring you Mets Yearbook, edition 1968.
hour. The grounds crew has done its work. The rain is substantially stopped, and the Mets are on the field ready to resume tonight's game between the Mets and the San Diego Padres, which was stopped right as we finished 2 innings of play, with the Mets leading the Padres 1-0. Jeremy Hefner making his first major league start tonight, despite a rain delay of over an hour, is going to go back to the mound to try and keep on going.
Yeah, the only thing I don't like is that Hefner took a full bullpen to get loose, then came into the bench. Now has gone out there. He's thrown at least 15 to 20 more pitches as the umpires are waiting to release the hounds.
It's very interesting because usually when the grounds crew begins to do its work, there'll be some announcement of what time the game is going to restart, and the teams are told and we're told. But tonight there was no such announcement. The grounds crew did its work. Hefner went down to the bullpen. He went out to the mound. The umpires slowed him down, and now we are restarting the game, and still nobody has given an official start time, but I guess the start time is now.
Well, what's interesting is that Buddy Black does not have a pitcher getting loose yet. Eric Stoltz, I'm sure, is going to come back out.
So Hefner threw just 17 pitches in the first 2 innings. We'll start the third after a rain delay of an hour and 8 minutes. And Everth Cabrera, the first man up against him. Well, the infield took quite a bit of water before the rain, and so the grounds crew had to do some work there. And there's a good changeup by Hefner, and he gets ahead on Cabrera 0-2. Eric Stoltz indeed is staying in the game. He's out on deck to hit, although we have not seen him throw any pitches.
Yeah.
So I wonder whether he'll get extra time to warm up from the mound when he goes back out there.
Like when you have an injury or something, a pitcher coming in. Yep.
Cabrera just recently called up when Jason Bartlett went on the disabled list. Just 2 for 21 since his recall, and he slaps a base hit between right and the line. And Cabrera will take a hard turn, try for second. Hairston's throw, and Murphy with the tag. He's safe. Cabrera very aggressively stretching a single into a double.
Well, he never hesitated here and just gets in ahead of the tag. That throws on line. He's out. But you got a wet field, and I think that's what he took advantage of. Very aggressive. And the Padres are in business.
First extra base hit of the season for Everth Cabrera. I think he surprised Hairston.
Yes.
Never stopped coming around first base, and so he's at second with the tying run with nobody out. And now Stoltz can go up there and bunt. Stoltz has 2 sacrifices to his credit, and that's fouled at the plate. 0-1.
Both of them in his last start, of course. Only start for the San Diego Padres.
Stoltz, when he first came up, he could hit a little bit with the Dodgers. Remember, he pitched for the Dodgers 06, 07, 08. Only intermittently. 49 career at bats. He's a .224 lifetime hitter, which is outstanding for any pitcher.
Oh,
and he misses on the bunt attempt, and quickly he's in a 2-strike hole.
That's stabbing. Watch him stab at it instead of just letting the ball come to the bat. That's an El Stabbo.
I believe that's a first. I don't believe we've ever had an El Stabbo before. Let's see if he's swinging on 0-2, and he is. And he slaps one to short. The runner will have to hold. And Cedeno throws out Stoltz for the first out. Ronnie, is there a place for pitchers to warm up underneath the stands where we might not be able to see them?
Yeah, now there is. You know, there's places where they can go and throw and get loose. But I think what's going to happen for Stoltz is he's going to be able to go to the mound and take as much time as he can to get loose, since he was the second hitter up.
So 1 out in the inning, and now Will Venable will come up for the second time. Venable led off the game by grounding out to second base. Hefner, remember, fell behind Venable 3-0 to start the game. He's thrown only 1 ball since. And there's a call strike to Venable, 0-1. I mean, he has just been pouring in the strikes. Fastballs, curveballs, changeups. Well, Stoltz isn't going anywhere.
No. Well, maybe he's not. Well, is he gonna? No, he'd have someone up in the bullpen if he's bringing someone else in.
He talked to Buddy Black when he came in after that ground out to short, and Buddy Black had a discussion with him. And for me, if he's not going anywhere,
then he's just going to sit on that bench and get loose when he comes out.
Unless he
threw underneath,
fully warmed up underneath
in the batting cage.
Taken the other way, and that's a base hit inside the line. It hits the tarp. Cabrera will come in with a tying run. Venable heads for second. Hairston's throw is too late. Second double of the inning for the Padres, and they've evened the game at 1.
Well, identical doubles here right down the left field line. And David way off the line, and rightly so. That little backdoor slider, remember the first time around, Hefner got a strikeout in that backdoor slider. Looks like they've kind of tuned it in a little bit.
And it's been one of the features of Venable's season. He's been hitting the ball to left field much more than in the past. So a couple of 2-base hits after the rain delay against Hefner played a run. Venable's 8th RBI of the year. Now Cameron Maben the batter. And Warthen out for a conversation. Maben grounded out to third base his first time up. And the slow curveball is fouled off. 0-1.
It's like a basketball team coming out for the second half and hitting a couple of 3-pointers or a couple of fast baskets.
A ball and a strike to Maben. Jeremy Hefner making his first big league start against the team that drafted and signed him out of Oral Roberts University.
A shot hit right back past him off the second base bag and into center field. That'll enable Venable to easily score the go-ahead run, and it's 2-1 San Diego. So 3 hits in 4 batters for the Padres after the rain delay, and they've gone in front.
RJ, I'm sure you've been through something like this before in the minor leagues. Is it tough?
Well, what I was afraid of on the defensive side is that Hefner threw for a good 15-20 minutes to get ready, which to me is a lot of throwing after you've already thrown a couple of innings. And I think for a team, not eating too much pizza, that's probably a good sign. But, you know, just trying to keep your legs loose. And San Diego was ready.
So here's Yonder Alonso, fly deep to center field his first time up. May have been a threat to steal. He has 13 steals this year, tied for second in the National League.
The Padres are second in the National League in stolen bases.
And Alonso fouls off the first pitch changeup.
But I will say they haven't changed their game plan against Hefner since the beginning of the game. That was really being aggressive early in the count.
Well, I don't think this ball club is a team that takes a lot of pitches. They got a terrible on-base percentage. A lot of it due to they don't hit, but they don't walk either.
Well, actually, they do.
They do walk. That's right. Excuse me.
But that'll only tell you how poorly they hit, that their on-base percentage is still second to last in the league.
Coming in at .220.
Well, it makes sense to take an aggressive approach against Hefner because this is now his 3rd appearance, and we have seen he is going to pound the strike zone.
Or is it that you're 4-13 on the road, just getting swept in St. Louis? A rainy night. The old proverbial 1 foot on the bus. But they come fighting right back here after the rain delay.
No sense getting on the bus. They're going to be here for a while. It's a 4-game series. There you see the numbers for the Padres. Right at or near the bottom in most categories. Alonso hooks one down the right field line, and it's a fair ball off the wall. Maben to third. He'll be held up there. Throw comes into second, and sliding in safely with the 3rd double of the inning is Yonder Alonso.
Well, this hasn't been a pretty start for Hefner here. And due to throwing into Maben getting kind of a slow start there, he can fly. That ball was no doubt that ball was either going to be a home run or off the wall. He should have scored in that ball, particularly with the throw going into second.
So Hefner getting pounded after the rain delay. 5 batters, 4 hits, 3 of them for extra bases. And now Jesus Guzman, who had the first San Diego hit, will step in. With runners at second and third, Mets playing the infield back, already down by a run.
Well, the defense pretty much standard here. A lot of excess shifts the Mets have incorporated this year, but this is straight up defense.
Hairston shallow for me, though, on the pull side.
Guzman without a home run this year. He's been basically a singles hitter. And he takes it wide 2-0.
Well, Guzman got a base hit over the shortstop head, a line drive on a breaking pitch. And this at bat here, second at bat, nothing but fastballs.
And he lifts this one to right. This will get a run home at least. Duda back, and it's over his head. And one hop to the wall. Maben is in. Alonso heads home. The relay to the plate by Murphy on a hop. Johnson with a tag, but safe is Alonso. And it's 4-1 San Diego. The fourth double of the inning. Jesus Guzman hitting one the other way that one hop the wall.
Well, the Mets got burned with the shallow outfield here, and Duda didn't get back. Tough chance. Short hops the wall. Hits the cutoff man. Now, the runner on second base. There's the play at home, and he is saying that was the correct call. He got it in. Yes, he did.
Wow.
So good call by home plate umpire Jeff Nelson. Good slide there, although a dangerous slide.
Right to that back point of the home plate. It's a 4-run inning for the Padres. Still only one out. Ramon Ramirez will try and get ready in a hurry in the bullpen, as Hefner, who was very effective before the rain delay, has been hammered coming out of the rain delay.
And I'll make a point here after this first pitch in regards to the base running by Guzman. Now, Guzman gets the stand-up double. The ball hits the cutoff man, and Murph throws home. Guzman on the throw advances to third. He wasn't paying attention.
Chase Headley takes a curveball down, and it's 2-0. Headley hit into a fielder's choice his first time up. Well, first big league start. You dream of this your entire life. You come out, you look great early, and then you got to sit around for more than an hour, and the return engagement ugly for Jeremy Hefner.
Well, we'll take a look at Guzman, who now is the backside of this play. Now it's a double. The play is at the plate. It's a stand-up. Now watch him. He's just satisfied. Vance with the throw. He's more upset that it was a close play at the plate.
Make him buy a ticket tomorrow.
Who's umpiring?
He thought he lost a ribeye steak.
But for a San Diego team that's averaging just a shade over 3 runs per game, they have put up a 4-run inning. It all started with the leadoff double by Cabrera, who really hustled into the 2 bases and beat the throw by Hairston. The Padres have been very aggressive on the bases other than Guzman in this inning. 2-2 to Headley.
You know, there's just something to be said about, even no matter what team you're playing. I've said it before. I never like playing teams that come off a sweep of when they get swept of the series prior. And that's a long way to go in this game. But for some reason, it's a tough mark when you play a team coming off a sweep.
Here's a 2-2, and Headley goes down swinging on the slider. So Hefner finally gets the second out of the inning. That's his second strikeout of the night.
Well, just a good slider. Starts on the inside part and ends up about 6 inches off the plate, swung over by Headley.
You know, Ronnie, we didn't talk about it coming out of the rain delay because we didn't really have time. But, and it sounds like, you know, second guessing now, but what are the parameters for a pitcher coming back after a rain delay?
Parameters as far as getting ready? I think, you know, during the rain delay, I think the key is to find a quiet place, because usually the locker room can kind of be jovial and the guys are playing cards and can sometimes get out of, you know, that place you need to be as far as, you know, paying attention to the hitters, concentration. That's one of the first things. Second, maybe get on the bike, you know, ride a little bit, really at an easy pace, but just to keep your muscles loose. But I always tried not to throw too much because you can leave it in that bullpen.
I guess my other question is, from a manager's standpoint, how do you decide whether you pull a pitcher? How long does the delay have to be? How deep in the game do you have to be to make that decision?
Well, I think it depends on the pitcher. If it's Johan Santana, you take him out immediately, any kind of rain delay. If you have a guy that's come up for AAA, a younger guy, he's going to be out there.
And he bounces back with back-to-back strikeouts of Headley and Hundley to end the inning. But a damaging inning for Hefner and the Mets. Padres score 4 and lead it 4-1. For his bottom of the third, now with a 4-1 lead. Now, we did not see him warm up in the bullpen or from the mound, so we can only assume that he did some work underneath the stands, or that he's getting as much time as he needs here.
He did nothing. He's getting as much time as he wants. He's throwing right now about 40%, maybe 50% at the most.
He looks like he's just getting loose. You're right, Ronnie.
So here's the question: why is it being handled? Why was it handled this way? And does this have any relationship to the fact that nobody was ever given an official restart time?
Well, I think that's part of it. I think the one big reason is because he was the second hitter in the inning. That's why they played it like that. But what they should have done, I thought, because there wasn't well, let's say we didn't have a time, all right, and maybe someone on the field didn't have a time. But what they could have done to make it easier, and it might have been a lot better on Hefner, they could have allowed him the same thing and said, hey, you go out to the mound and you warm up, and when you're loose, we'll be ready to go, as opposed to throwing a bullpen, you know, where he probably threw 30, 35 pitches, came in here, threw a few pitches, and then how many pitches did he have in that inning? Almost 30?
29. And so was that a mistake on Hefner's part or on the Mets' part in terms of the way they handled him coming back out of the rain delay? I'm a little unclear on exactly what he should have done.
Yeah, I don't think it's anyone's mistake. What happens is when you're a young pitcher making your first start, you can't wait. You're chomping at the bit in the locker room. You can't wait to get out there and get loose again, and I think that's probably what happened to Jeremy. And then, listen, I've seen it happen many, many times. It's the wily veterans that say, hey, listen, the game can't start until I'm ready to go. So I don't care what time you have.
For a little more perspective, let's check in with Kevin Burkhardt. Kevin?
I just want to touch on a couple of things that you guys were talking about. Ronnie, you mentioned, first of all, in Pittsburgh this week when Johan Santana started, that game was supposed to get rain initially. Of course, we played rain-free there. And I asked Terry about Santana and the plan if there was rain. And, you know, is there that cutoff? He said, well, obviously anything lengthy. He said, really, once you get close, even close to a half hour, there's no shot he's going back out there. So it would literally have to be a massive, 5-minute storm come out and play again for Santana. I think, Ronnie, just to comment on your mental part, I go back to just talking to Tim Burdack last week about, him pitching every day and the mental part of that. He said, you can never mentally be out of it until the last out, because once you do, there's no way you can get back in that. If I'm in the bullpen and I'm thinking I'm not going to pitch today, once I think that, no chance I could go out there and perform. So I think it kind of goes to what you were talking about being in the clubhouse and guys playing cards and things like that. And I think there's the other element here is that, Jeremy's got family here that made the special trip just for this day. I'm sure part of them wants to perform for them too.
Ronnie Cedeno leading off the home third, and he goes down on strikes. Stoltz with his second strikeout.
Well, I think you see Dan Worthen, of course, coming up and then talking to the catcher, Rob Johnson, seeing what happened in that inning. We also have to give credit to the San Diego Padres now. They came out swinging the bat, and, they might have jumped on Hefner and his strike throwing. I don't think there's anything at fault here, but I do think that is a real lesson to be learned, is how in a rain delay, and I'm sure that Jeremy Hefner's had to pitch in a rain delay in his minor league career, but it's not his first major league start. That's a different thing.
Sure. Daniel Murphy takes a strike. Eric Stoltz, on the other end, is 32 years old. He's been around the block. He pitched in the big leagues as early as 6 years ago. He's pitched in Japan, so he's had a lot more experience. Comebacker handled by Stoltz, who's had trouble throwing to first. Uses the underhand flip again. That's his third assist early in the game.
The final thing on that, to address what Kevin was talking about, Hefner, I'm talking about he maybe threw close to 60, 65 pitches in the warm-up and in the inning. And as far as Santana not coming back after a half hour, it's been the nature of the game, the sport forever. There's some guys coming off injury, and your best starters who are not going to go out there, you're not going to take the chance. If you have a young pitcher just coming up, you're not going to take a chance. If you have a guy that's had a lot of minor league experience, has pitched out of the bullpen and as a starter, you're going to let him go longer.
David Wright bats with 2 outs and the bases empty. David drove one down the right field line his first time up for his 16th double of the year. Pushed his batting average back over 400. He's at 403. And the curveball from Stoltz at 66 miles an hour. A ball and a strike. Stoltz can be stultifying. 2 balls and a strike to Wright.
Guys, I'm just wondering, too, if the fact that this team doesn't have a real long man right now, if that plays into the effect, too. I mean, they don't have that true guy. I guess Ramirez would be the guy right now. But.
And Ramirez was up in the bullpen as Hefner worked in that third inning. Wright lines one to short, and it's picked off by Perino. So Stoltz comes out of the rain delay and pitches a 1-2-3 inning. After 3, 4-1 San Diego. Andy Perino, the shortstop, leads off for the Padres in the 4th inning and takes high from Jeremy Hefner. Perino went down looking his first time up. Switch hitter Perino, Everth Cabrera on deck. And Hefner gets one over for a strike, 1-1. Cabrera got it started for the Padres in their 4-run third inning. San Diego had gone 7 straight games before tonight, scoring 3 runs or less. And then they put up a 4 spot in the third inning. Ball and 2 strikes to Perino. Well, Jeremy Hefner trying to kick it back in gear after a rough return from the rain delay. On 1-2, Perino rips one foul.
See, that little pitch is a nice indication how things have changed from Toronto. Hefner was getting that ball off the plate into the lefties, and it was very effective. This one's been down and in. Good spot for the lefties to hit.
So the Padres had 4 doubles that last inning, tying the club record. 2-2 to Perino. Andy Perino playing shortstop. That was Jason Bartlett's spot when the year began. And he lifts this one shallow center. Torres started back. Now has plenty of time to come in. And that retires Perino to start the 4th. So 1 out and nobody on. Now the second baseman Everth Cabrera, who sliced one between David Wright and the third base bag for a double. And got the Padre wheel in motion in the third inning.
This guy can fly. You got to always anticipate a bunt.
Well, we've also seen him go long. You remember the
right.
grand slam he hit against Francisco Rodriguez?
Another bad week in San Diego.
Yeah, the Mets have had a few of those since Petco Park opened. What was the series where they had 3 straight 2-1 games? And then Billy Wagner got taken deep the last game of that series.
That's right.
Who hit that home run?
I thought it was the big tall first baseman, basketball
Tony
player.
Clark.
Yeah.
3-1 now to Cabrera with the pitcher Stoltz on deck. Cabrera was hitting .333 in AAA before he got called up. And he chases high fastball. It's 3-2. And that's driven past the glove of Murphy and into right center. And Cabrera's 2 for 2. So a 1-out single for Everth Cabrera, who was 0 for 17 to start his stint with the Padres, and now all of a sudden is getting hit every time up. Get insider info and debate as the Rangers gear up for their must-win game against the Devils in the Eastern Conference Finals, plus recaps and previews of all the Mets and Yankees matchups on Daily News Live, Wheelhouse, and Loudmouths, weekdays starting at 5, only on SNY.
Got to be an executive with San Diego thinking, boy, maybe if we change the games to 8:45, they'll really work well.
Well, 5:45 Pacific. That bunted in the air and dropped by Johnson in foul territory.
Well, he had it. Good reaction. Oh, it off the thumb of the glove.
That's not been a good location for Rob Johnson the last week.
I'm always at a loss. How high does that ball have to go?
Well, they used to say 6 feet over your head, but that was not. It was away from home plate. That one's bunted in the air and caught, and that's an out. Fair ball. And Johnson eschewed the glove and used the bare hand.
Boy, oh boy, this is when you play these second division teams, Gary, like I've always said, you find out why they are in last place.
What are the odds of a catcher having 2 attempts at catching a bunt like that on consecutive pitches?
And I think it's hilarious that he dropped the one he tried to catch with a glove, and he catched the one he tried to catch with his bare hand.
So 2 out in the inning. Cabrera is still at first. Here's Will Venable, who doubled down the left field line to drive in the first San Diego run. And he takes a fastball high from Hefner. Well, Johnson, of course, took a foul ball off that mitt, and it bruised his thumb and has affected him for the last week. So why not use the bare hand? Will Venable, who was recruited to Princeton to play basketball, and then became a baseball player, just like his dad.
Played against his father, left-handed hitter, Max.
Right. Giants, Padres.
Reds, did he play?
Reds too.
Yeah.
I thought he went to the Giants too. I could be wrong.
Sure. Will Max Venable played for the Giants.
Yeah, sure. Left-hand hitter off the bench.
I always thought he's a little different body style than his son's tall and long and lean.
Yeah.
He was more a compact guy.
Right.
Cameron Maben would be next.
Huskier.
Yep.
Well, Will Venable's not the only basketball player from Princeton to make it into the major leagues. Of course, Chris Young, who hopes to be returning to the Mets soon, did the same. Johnson thought about a throw down to first. Tried that yesterday and made a perfect throw, but Ike Davis didn't handle it well.
The first catcher since Paul LaDuca that likes to throw the ball around the infield. I like it.
Big lead, and taking off is Cabrera, but the ball fouled away by Venable. Ronnie, we've often seen since Johnson began catching with the Mets him looking in the dugout and Bob Guerin flashing signs. Are they calling pitches or are they just controlling the running game?
They're controlling the running game. They're not calling pitches over there. Guerin wants to make sure that, here's the count 2-2. He wants to make sure that when he gives the signs to Rob and he's looking in, it's going to relate to the pitcher. Throw over, hold it a long time, step off, all the things you want to do to stop the running game.
Cabrera runs again. Johnson's one-hop throw is in time, but Cabrera arrives safely. Hesitation call by the second base umpire Chris Guccione. Thought for a moment he was going to call him out, but he rules Cabrera safe.
Good pitch to throw on up and just short hop Cedeno. Cedeno makes a heck of a play on the in-between hop, but this is the correct call. He gets the hand in. He almost blocked him with his knee.
I don't know if he got his hand on the bag or on Cedeno's body, but in any event, Cabrera has his first stolen base.
And there's a case of a head-first slide. You go in with your feet first with the spikes showing, I guarantee you, Cedeno's not going to drop his knee.
Tejada would be playing in a game in Florida tomorrow.
Well, you, as a middle infield, you've got to scout guys to know who slides head first, right?
Yes. Yeah, you do. I think the problem there, though, that ball was a one hopper. What does the infielder do when it's a one hopper? You want to go down low and try to block it in case it takes a bad hop. That brings your knee into play.
Pulled down to first, a fair ball by the dive of Davis, and that'll bring in a run. Cabrera scores. Heading for second is Venable with his second RBI double of the night, and it's 5-1 San Diego.
Boy, oh boy, oh boy. What a bad forecast. 2 nice innings in the rain, and it's all blown up here on Hefner. And that is just ripped down the line.
And of course, it's Rotino. I said Davis.
It depends on where you're positioned there. I don't think Ike would have had that ball. That ball was ripped. That was right down the line.
It's a tougher play for a left-hander anyway. Cameron Maben swinging at the slider, 0-1. Ramon Ramirez, who was up in the last inning, gets up again. Maben singled past Hefner and off the second base bag to drive in a run in the third.
Well, this is a decision for Terry Collins right here. I know we would like to have Hefner eat some innings, Ronnie, and you don't want to let this game get away from you.
Well, the Mets were fortunate enough to have their starter 7 and 7 2/3 the last 2 days, so the bullpen is relatively rested. Guys like Ramirez and Acosta are completely rested, so they have plenty of middle relief available.
You don't have an off day till Thursday, so you're going to be playing 7 straight Wagos, but you don't want to let this game get away.
Now the 2-1 to Maben, and he bounces one foul.
Gary, just to add another point, I remember Whitey Herzog always said, why do you always
said I could recognize my starting pitchers if they had it that day or not. He said early in the game, if they're getting touched up, it goes 5-1 early, my team can come back. He goes 8-1, the ball game's over. He was never afraid to go to the bullpen quick if he thought a starter didn't have it.
Problem with today is Hefner had it in one game, didn't have it in the other one, the one that started after the rain delay.
And back then there was only 5 relievers.
2-2 to Maben, and he fouls another one off.
You know, it's a wet track and it's hard to take any blame, but you got to manage the running game too. You manage the running game there, and Cabrera does not go. He doesn't score on that ball to do it on right field. If you make a good throw to second base, he's out. The inning's over.
And the curveball line past the glove of Murphy and into right field. Here comes Venable to score. And the Padres keep adding on. It's now 6-1. Murphy got a glove on it. Couldn't quite grab it.
Just off the tip. And that's going to be it for Hefner.
So Maben gets credit for his second RBI hit. The Padres score 4 in the third and 2 in the fourth off Jeremy Hefner and knock out the young Oklahoman in his first major league start. Call to the bullpen brought to you by Verizon Fios. Welcome to America's fastest, most consistent, most reliable internet. Welcome to Life on Fios. As he exits his first big league start, Ramon Ramirez comes in to try and get the final out of the fourth.
It's interesting. In the beginning of the year, Ramon was getting some important outs later in the game. Now has been relegated, or important role for the team as a long man.
Yonder Alonso takes low and inside. Alonso doubled to right in the third and scored a run. Alonso, who has more hits, doubles, and walks than any National League rookie. Maben at first, a guy who can run, 2 out. And there he goes. And Johnson, no throw. Well, the Padres running at will here in the fourth inning. Their second stolen base.
The
14th of the year for Maben.
You know, we thought it was that Jeremy Hefner had a tough time. Really, the whole team has fallen asleep here. Maben, one of the fastest guys, 13 stolen bases coming into this game. You know, he's the guy you got to be watching.
So he's in scoring position. 2-0 to Alonso. And he lifts one foul. 2-1. Jeremy Hefner 3 2/3 innings, 9 hits allowed, 6 runs so far, responsible for 1 more, and no walks, 3 strikeouts. Threw a lot of strikes early, had 2 scoreless innings before the rain delay, and those strikes became hits in the 3rd and 4th. Alonso takes a strike. He didn't think so. Jeff Nelson ruled it a strike, 2-2.
Seen that a lot this year with Ramirez. A lot of his breaking balls, Ron, he's had thrown in the dirt. Difficult time commanding. I mean, he was the big guy in that trade for the Giants.
That's got Andres Torres with Ramirez for Angel Pagan. 3-2 to Alonso, and he hits one deep to center field. Torres back, has room, and runs it down to end the inning. But the Padres tack on 2 more, driven in by Venable and Maben, and they lead it 6-1 in the 4th. Horizon, and Keith was off for the last week, but I know you have been enjoying watching David Wright's batting average sitting over 400.
Yes, watching David hit and wearing it out and going the other way, and thinking of the real pure hitters that I played against, and 2 have to come to mind. Obviously, one has played for this team out here again, the Padres, Tony Gwynn, who won 8 batting titles, and this is his 2,000th hit right here and 3,000th hit. Pure hitters. Tony, in a strike shortened year, hit 396, 196. Wrong. That was a strike shortened year, but still 117 games, still difficult to do that. And then George Brett, to me, was a great pure hitter for the Kansas City Royals. 3 batting titles, and in 1980 he hit 390, and that is, to me, is just incredible. And I think David now is realizing how tough it is to stay over that 400 mark. It's been incredible that he's been able to do it for 6 weeks.
Is there one particular key to keeping a batting average that high?
Well, 1 a day keeps the doctor away. Ronnie always heard that from me. And, you know, the last guy to hit 400 was Ted Williams, and Ted Williams always walked around 140 times a year. Yeah. So a lot of times Ted would get up 3 times a game. 1 for 3 if you get 1 hit. And he wouldn't swing at bad pitches, and that's not taking anything away from Ted. He still hit 400. Gary, I can't conceive of it, to be honest with you. Okay, my greatest year was 344, and I hit 232 the first month of April in '79. Hit over 300 the rest of the 5 months. I had 2 380 months. My lowest month was 333. I was just on fire, but that's not even close to 400.
Hairston pops one up. Hundley coming back, and he runs it down. Nice play by Nick Hundley to retire Hairston for the first out.
I'll say it's a nice play, and he gets his eyes on there where that on-deck circle where you have to worry about the the donut and all that equipment, the stuff down there.
We just don't see that many balls caught by the catcher behind the plate. So when we do, it's pretty miraculous.
It's been a night of catchers getting pop-ups.
Yeah, right.
Well, at least Hundley used his mitt. Here's Lucas Duda, an infield hit his first time up, and he takes a curveball down from Stoltz, 1-0. So Eric Stoltz making his second start for the Padres. He made a start for the White Sox as well earlier in the year, and looking for his first victory. And now with a 5-run lead to work with. 2-0 to Duda.
Maybe he just likes pitching and flushing. Maybe that's his deal.
Well, that first game that he pitched against the Mets in 2006 in September, he held them scoreless for the first 5 innings. The only run he gave up was a 6th inning home run to Jose Reyes. Gave up only 2 hits in that game. 2-1 now to Duda. So Stoltz trying to resurrect his career at age 32 after a stint in Japan. And going well again in Queens tonight in the rain. Ripped into the glove of Alonso for the second out. There's another one of those Duda line drives. Let's take a look at today's Pepsi Max Field of Dreams legendary opponent, and of course it is the great Tony Gwynn.
Well, 338 career.
Can you believe that? 340. This is rounded up. 340 career. You know, it's just amazing.
I think for people who only saw Tony play at the end, he was an amazing fielder, a great arm, steal bases, did it all.
You know, the latter part of his career, as Vinny Rottino steps up, Tony put on a little more weight, and there's his Hall of Fame induction. But when he was young, he could run, steal bases. He was a great outfielder of the Gold Gloves, and proved that.
Well, you've been a great basketball player, so you had that quickness on his side.
And you know, Tony grew up in San Diego. He went to San Diego State. He's now coaching at San Diego State, and now there's talk with the Padres up for sale that he might be part of the new ownership group.
Well, he should be. I mean, and add on to that, one of the classiest individuals you could ever meet.
2-0 to Vinny Rottino with 2 out and nobody on, and Vinny takes a rapid one, knocks it off Stoltz, who recovers and makes the underhand toss to end the inning. So Stoltz with the deflection. This time the underhand came in handy. Stoltz has been stellar since the rain delay. He's retired 8 in a row. 6-1 Padres. Slow Motion is brought to you by Mercedes-Benz Tri-State dealers. Visit them on the web at searchmercedes.com. Rain starting to blow through again. Jesus Guzman leads off in the 5th inning and takes a strike. Still not an official game. With the home team trailing, you have to play 5 innings to make it official. Guzman 2 for 2, a single and a double. He's driven in 2. We had an hour and 8-minute rain delay after the second inning, and the Padres barraged Jeremy Hefner coming out of the delay. And Ramon Ramirez came in to get the final out of the 4th.
Interesting, Ronnie, in the windup, Ramirez kind of taps his glove.
You're right about that, Keith. Not only does he tap his glove, but he separates the ball in his hand from the glove early. Kind of like, you know, the cocking of a pistol, or just trying to get that ball up to his ear.
Right when he takes the ball out of the glove, he taps it again. Didn't do it that time, and that. Keep an eye on that.
Greg Maddux was a tapper.
Yes, he was.
Worked for him.
Picasso.
Not so extreme there.
I don't think he was ever blue.
That's right.
Except when he was with the Cubs.
No.
Manny Acosta up in the bullpen. By the way, I failed to mention last inning that Tony Gwynn is a candidate on the Pepsi Max Field of Dreams roster.
Oh, okay.
Be sure to visit MLB.com/Pepsi Max to enter for your chance to play ball with MLB legends like Keith Hernandez.
You're like the Sultan of the Segway, Gary.
You mean the thing that the mall cop drives?
Paul
Blart? Chase Headley on deck. Seventh pitch of the at bat coming to Jesus Guzman. And he foul tips it. It's held by Johnson, and Ramirez has his first strikeout. So 1 out of the top of the 5th. Chase Headley coming up. Let's check in with Kevin.
You know, guys, when the Mets go on a road trip, as they get ready to go, you see a sea of blue Mets luggage. Everyone has the same suitcase with the same logo. It looks fancy when they go into a new city. There's one thing different, though. There is a guitar case. That belongs to Ramon Ramirez. He is practicing and trying to learn how to play guitar. He's actually a musician. He takes his guitar and an instructional CD on the road everywhere you go. So I guess if you're in the room next to him, you might hear some chords a little bit late at night or maybe early in the morning. That's what he does to kill the time. At home in the Dominican Republic, he has a full studio. He writes and records Christian music. He actually is a piano player as well, so he's very musically inclined. Says he actually had put a CD out just for his friends and family in the Dominican Republic. Doesn't know if it's something that he wants to take seriously, but it's a hobby. He's trying to do guitar and maybe some other instruments after that. Interesting guy.
This is a talented bunch on this team. You got Mike Baxter, who plays the guitar, and Rob Johnson, Ramirez.
I think Kirk Neuenhuis does also.
Matt Palmer is up in the San Diego bullpen. Now Stoltz got hit by that drive off the bat of Rotino to end the last inning, but you'd have to think he's arguing to stay in, wouldn't you? Chance for a victory if he goes 3 more outs.
He looks like he's fine.
Well, he just came off a nice outing. His first start for the Padres went over 6 2/3 and got a no decision.
Bouncing ball. Rotino smothers it and double clutches and loses the play. Well, Ramirez got there, but Rotino could not get rid of it quickly enough, and Headley beats it out.
Well, nice play on the dive. I don't know why he double clutched, because he did have the ball in the hand. I think he still had him. Let's see. Nope. Good call. So I have no clue why Rotino double clutched here.
I'll tell you why he double clutched, because when he stood up, Ramirez was running 100%, and near the bag he either pulled something or whatever and slowed down. That's what confused Rotino. I don't know if he pulled a hamstring or something in his leg. Watch him sprint over there. Well, you're not going to see that. But when he gets near the bag, he slows up just so it throws the timing off the play.
Well, the trainer, Ray Ramirez, came out momentarily, but apparently Ramirez is convinced him he's okay. Yeah, you could see that.
Yeah. See the timing of it just changed.
Just took a bad step or something. Well, he's going to stay in. It's an infield hit for Headley. And now Nick Hundley, the batter. He's 0 for 2. Flied out and struck out. There goes Headley.
The throw by Johnson, and the tag got him. Headley thought for sure he was safe, and he certainly looked it from here, but Murphy with the tag, and Headley's called out.
Another good one to throw on, Keith.
High throw, and boy, it looked like he got in there, didn't he?
No, I thought he got him on the hip. Let's see where his leg is.
Thought he got in.
Yeah.
Well, he also went past the bag, so Murphy could have gone back and tagged him again if he had not been called safe the first time. So after the Padres stole a pair of bases in the fourth, Headley gets caught. Fourth time he's been caught. He's only stolen 3.
And I got to believe the Met pitchers, they got 3 more games with this ball club. You better start throwing over.
Well, it's a perfect time for our CLFC, isn't it? Drop that on him. Of course, like freeze can.
I didn't realize we were abbreviating now.
Everything's an acronym today. Jeez.
1-2 to Nick Hundley. And Ramirez's fastball is fouled back. A ball and 2 strikes.
It's raining a little more now.
Got blowing mist after a more steady rain stopped the game earlier. Terry Collins talking to Ray Ramirez about Ramon Ramirez and what happened on that play at first. Swing and a miss, and Ramirez bounces back for his second strikeout of the inning. We are now halfway through. Still not an official game. Padres are up 6-1. You can listen to every Mets game on Sports Radio 66 WFAN. Tonight, the start of an 11 game homestand. 4 with the Padres, 3 with the Phillies, and then 4 with the Cardinals, only 3 of which are pictured there.
I was going to telestrate that 4th game,
but
that's a tough logo to do right there. That STL.
Well, Terry Collins was waiting at the end of the dugout for Ramon Ramirez when he came off the field after the top of the 5th. And he and Ray Ramirez took him down the tunnel after Ramon Ramirez took a bad step in that last inning.
These are the kinds of things that can sometimes happen on these kind of evenings.
Andres Torres, the last man to reach for New York. He snapped an 0 for 17 skid with a single to center field in the 2nd. Mets would subsequently score as Rotino and Torres pulled off a double steal, and Nick Hundley threw it down the line to allow Rotino to score. Mets were up 1-0. That's when the rains came And everything changed after the rain delay. Rob Johnson on deck. Then the pitcher's spot. And Justin Turner with the bat in his hands. Stoltz needs 3 outs not only to qualify for a win but to make it an official game. And that misses high for ball 4. So Torres on with a leadoff walk. That's the first walk given up by Stoltz, and now Johnson will bat. So Manny Acosta up in the bullpen for New York. Johnson hit a comebacker his first time up. Stoltz had retired 8 in a row before the walk to Torres. We talk about it all the time with young pitchers, but I'm sure it's true with veterans who haven't won in a while too. This 5th inning with the lead.
Just trying to get through it, get those 3 outs. You know, being hit by that ball might be his last inning.
And it's outside 2-0. Let's check in with Kevin.
Rob Johnson grew up in a town called Whitehall, Montana. And as you can imagine, guys growing up in this part of the country have no concept of what that would be like. So I asked him, and he said, well, lived on a block with 6 houses. Each house had more than an acre of land. But in those houses, there were about 16 kids. He said it was just playtime all day long. We get up at 8 a.m., be out the door. One mom would serve the entire block lunch. Another mom would serve the entire block dinner. That's the way it went. The thing that was cool about it is that was our block, but it was only a minute or two to be in the absolute middle of nowhere where you can fish and do just about anything imaginable. Living in a town of about 800 people. He said, to give you an idea, Halloween, you got on your bikes and you trick-or-treated the entire town. It was pretty cool. You came home with quite the haul. And here's another clue of how it was a little bit different growing up there than, say, here. His dad initially managed a hardware store. Then his next job, he managed a gold mine. You don't really get those jobs in New Jersey or Connecticut.
Not
Gary.
too many gold mines on East 47th Street. Johnson knocks it down. Well, Rob Johnson is from Montana, and that's a state that has produced very few major league players.
Yeah.
Dave McNally is the most prominent Montanan that comes to mind. Great left-hander for the Orioles. But the list is pretty short. Palmer stays busy in the bullpen. Stoltz behind 3-1, and Torres takes off as Johnson fouls it away. So down by 5 runs. Torres in motion.
You don't see that very often, do you? Against a left-handed pitcher? You got to really trust that your hitter has a great eye, and 2, that he is not going to swing through a pitch.
Well, if he was running 3-1, it's a pretty good bet he'll run 3-2. Wet track and all. And Stoltz checks in on him. Torres has done virtually no running since coming back from the calf injury. Now, he hasn't been on base very much lately, but when he first came back, he was tearing it up and getting on base regularly, and yet he has only 1 stolen base this season. Not going, and Johnson, it's a comebacker. It should be a double play. Perino with the turn for the 1-6-3, 2 out and nobody on. So just like that, the base is empty with 2 out, and now Justin Turner will pinch hit for Ramon Ramirez, and the Mets will have to go deeper into their bullpen for the 6th inning. So Stoltz within sniffing distance of qualifying for a win.
The pitcher's best friend, that old double play right there.
Notice he threw overhand to second.
That's right. Just first base. It's a little problem. Well, he's made some nice plays today, hasn't he?
Playing time's been tough to come by for Turner, but he has done well as a pinch hitter, 4 for 13. And Stoltz quickly ahead of him 0-2. Manny Acosta getting ready to pitch the 6th inning for New York. And that misses. Well, the Cincinnati Reds tonight finished off a 4-game sweep of the Braves. Devin Mesoraco hit a grand slam, and the Reds beat Atlanta 6-3. Not often you sweep a 4-game series. But one thing the Reds did very well in that series, they took advantage of the dimensions in their ballpark. See the home run Todd Frazier hit to win it last night?
Seemed like a pop-up.
Front row.
The pitcher Mike Leake had a home run. They hit back-to-back home runs in a game.
They had one guy catch 2 of the home run balls.
Michael Bourne hit 3 home runs in that series.
Yeah, he had another one tonight. That's right. Off the first base side, Alonso can't get to it. I think he misjudged how much room he had over there.
You got to make that play, don't you?
Pitcher's trying to get a win.
Oh, he
was pulling up. He thought he didn't have any more room, and he did.
It's called a last place team. Got to make those plays. You didn't get there. You got to bust to get there. Old teammate Bud Black played the 1 year with the Indians with Buddy. John Farrell, the
That's
manager
right, he was
for
there.
Toronto, was there.
Both good guys, right?
Yeah, great guys.
I know you're excited because your Indians are in first place.
That's funny.
I noticed. I noticed.
Here's the 1-2 off the corner, 2-2. Here's my question: who's more popular in Cleveland, you or LeBron?
Oh, I have no shot.
I don't know. They despise him.
And I was worried about getting out with my hide when the season was over.
3-2 to Turner.
I was not very productive up there, to say the least.
Up there, you make it sound like it's the Yukon. The Antarctica.
9th pitch of the at bat to Turner, and he fouls another one. Well, you remember the old Oil Can Boyd quote when they used to play at Municipal Stadium, and it was so cold and windy and rainy there, and Oil Can said, well, that's what happens when you build a stadium on the ocean.
Oh, boy, that's right. Oil Can. Well, Oil Can was not right at that time or any time.
The highlight of my summer up there was they had a great air show.
Turner rips one to left, and that'll get down for an extra base hit. Eluding Guzman and going to the wall, and Turner into second base with a 2-out pinch hit double. And that's quite a pinch hit at bat. 10 pitches, and Turner drills one.
Well, just out of the reach of Guzman. And a great at bat there by Justin.
Well, we watched Guzman play a lot of first base for San Diego last year. To make room for Alonso, he's gone to left field where he's a bit challenged.
So the Mets will try and take advantage. Just their 4th hit of the night off Eric Stoltz. And now Ronnie Cedeno installed in the leadoff spot tonight. Not an accustomed spot for him. He's been around a long time. This is only the 5th career start in the leadoff spot for Ronnie Cedeno. His last one came in 2010, but coming off a great series in Pittsburgh, Terry Collins opted to put him in that slot against the lefty. He's 0 for 2 tonight, and he takes the curveball off the plate for ball 1. Cedeno's lined to second and struck out in his 2 at-bats. Daniel Murphy would be next if Cedeno can keep the inning alive. Stoltz about to throw his 70th pitch of the night. And Cedeno has to vacate. 2-1.
Well, one thing Stoltz has done tonight is thrown the right-hand hitters inside, not for strikes too often, but he's thrown them inside to keep them honest. He's not overpowering, to say the least.
32-year-old Indiana native trying to get through the 5th. And he gets even on Ceremonial, 2-2. Seems to me this is exactly the same pitcher we saw 6 years ago when he made that first start for the Dodgers.
Yes, he just he just throws it inside enough to work away with his changeup and his breaking ball. He pitches inside, much like his manager Bud Black did at the end of his career. Buddy probably had the sweetest motion you'll ever see for a pitcher.
Buddy threw a little harder, didn't he?
Yeah, but I'm talking about the end of his career. Buddy in the beginning of his career with Kansas City, he was lightning. Beautiful, easy motion, and the ball kind of jumped on you. 121 big league wins for Bud Black.
When he pitched for the Giants, he had a catcher named Steve Decker.
That's right.
Black and Decker batter.
That's right.
2-2, and it's too high. 3-2 to Ceremonial.
Can you imagine if this left-hander can't get out of this inning? Alonso at first base has to think about that. Could have ended the inning.
On 3-2, Ceremonial hits it out to right center, and Maben comes over to grab it, and that retires the side, and we now have an official game at Citi Field. 6-1 Padres after 5. Wayne Hunter talks about bouncing back after a rough season. Plus, get an inside look at the first week of OTAs on Jets Nation, presented by Melrose Credit Union, Sunday at 7, only on SNY. There are your City probables for the remainder of this series. Tomorrow night, Dylan G against Anthony Bass has been pitching very well for San Diego. Saturday, Johan Santana and Clayton Richard. And Sunday, R.A. Dickey goes for his 7th win against Edinson Volquez.
OTA? Organizational what? It's got to be something about practice, right? Practice.
Manny Acosta coming in relief for New York.
Well, this is up to Manny now with Ramirez leaving with that maybe apparent leg injury to eat up some innings here.
It's been a while since Acosta's been out there. His last outing was in Toronto 6 days ago. Andy Perino first man up against him. Perino has taken a call, third strike, and flied out to center. Jeremy Hefner went 3 2/3, allowed 6 runs and 9 hits. Ramon Ramirez an inning and a third, no runs, 1 hit. And now Acosta working in the 6th. Andy Perino grew up in Brockport, New York, where the baseball season lasts about 3 weeks. Everett Cabrera on deck. You ever been up in Brockport?
I have not.
It's up there. Swing and a miss, and Acosta strikes out Perino. So 1 out and nobody on. Well, Eric Stoltz, you'll remember, got whacked by this line drive off the bat of Vinny Rotino. He recovered and got an out on the play. And got the handshakes after the 5 innings that he worked, and he was able to take the padding off from where he got struck.
Oh, kind of like in the tricep or bicep area. Shouldn't be too bad.
Well, we said at the time there was no way he was coming out of the game until he had pitched 5. Well, now he's pitched 5, and he's coming out of the game. Everett Cabrera is 2 for 2, a single and a double, and he's got his 3rd hit as he snuck that one by Daniel Murphy. So Cabrera's aboard. He's 3 for 3. 1 out and 1 on. Time to check in with Chris Carlin. He has a New York State Smokers Quit Line game break. Didn't need the tight dimensions on that one.
No.
Jeff Suppan, the veteran pitcher who has resurfaced with San Diego, will come up to bat for Eric Stoltz, looking to lay down a bunt. Suppan, who rests in the memory of Mets fans as the Cardinal who threw the curveball to Jose Valentin in Game 7. And he bunts it foul. Might have been the best curveball he ever threw in his life.
That's right. He bounced it, right?
Bases loaded, 1 out. Andy had just made the great catch in the top of the 6th inning. Valentin came up in the bottom of the 6th, bases loaded, and Suppan struck him out, and Mets were unable to get a run across and get the lead. It's been 6 years.
That was with the bases loaded, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then Andy came up with 2 outs and hit a ground ball on the first pitch to the first baseman.
Well, with all the injuries the Padres have had, they have gone far and wide for players. Suppan's made 5 starts since coming to them. He's pitched adequately. And he stabs at that bunt attempt. And apparently laid off 1 and 2. So Welke with a call down at first.
I'm always interested when these pitchers get these at-bats in the game, if they have the wherewithal to make sure they have their spikes on.
Well, you'd think they'd be prepared because the Padres only have 4 bench players.
Yeah, he's good to go, the veteran.
And he foul tips it. That's strike 3. So Suppan can't get the bunt down, and they're 2 out of the inning. The Padres are carrying 13 pitchers right now, so they have 8 arms in the bullpen and only 4 men on their bench, and that's why you would use a Suppan to pinch hit in that spot. So 2 out. Cabrera still at first. Here's Will Venable, who's had a big night already. A pair of doubles, 1 to left and 1 to right. He's scored 2. He's driven in 2. When Venable led off the game in St. Louis yesterday with a home run, it was his 6th career leadoff home run, which leaves him 1 shy of the Padres club record, which is held by a guy who started out his career as a Met. Any idea?
No, you just got me stumped.
Kilvio Veras.
Oh, well, of course.
Of course. Remember Kilvio?
I don't remember anyone's name begins with a Q.
What year did Kilvio play with the Mets?
First came up with the Mets. I want to say, I don't know. I'm going to look it up because I'm not going to guess.
Oh, sweet.
That's very nice. So what's he doing? What's he doing wearing an Angels shirt?
I think she got hit the same place Stultz got hit.
She needs one of those ace bandages.
Right.
That always made me feel better. And getting back in, and why he didn't go down, I'm not sure, is Cabrera. Almost got himself picked off. Now the 0-2, and it's low and inside. A ball and 2 strikes to Venable. And a throw down to first, and Rotino does well to keep it from going down the line.
Johnson likes to throw, is right.
Nice job.
Very nice block. I think his feet came out from under him. He slipped almost a little bit there. Almost threw it away. Nice play by Rotino to keep that ball from going down the right field line.
I was mistaken. Kilvio Veras, while he was originally signed by the Mets, never actually played a game for them.
Oh, okay.
So there you go. There goes Cabrera. It's driven to right by Venable. Over in the gap goes Duda to run it down. And that ends the inning. So Acosta puts a 0 on the board, keeps it a 6-1 game as we go to the bottom of the 6th. Question: which Met finished third in the 1988 MVP voting between Kirk Gibson and Darryl Strawberry? I think I got this one. I think you guys do too. Matt Palmer comes out of the bullpen for San Diego. Palmer, 33-year-old veteran who's been with the Giants and the Angels, getting a shot here with San Diego, and he throws a strike to Daniel Murphy, and we check in with Kevin.
A couple things that have hurt the Padres this year. Number one, injuries. They've used 39 players already, which is amazing. We're not even in June yet. The other thing is they've got no power. 17 home runs is last in the league. Mets are close by. They're second to last with 25, by the way. Talking to manager Bud Black today, addressing those two issues. He said, the thing is with all the players is, in spring training, the team that you project, and then you work so hard to get that continuity going, that real team aspect. And as that gets away from you, it becomes a real challenge because you do lose that. As far as the home runs go, we just don't have the team power across the board. We know it. We know we've got to get on and be efficient at moving guys over and then getting them in. He said, bottom line is, we know that, though. This team knows we have to pitch, we have to get on and push the envelope, and that's how we're going to have to win games.
Well, they've done that tonight, Kev. They've stolen a couple bases. They've been on the move, and there's ball 4, and you got a 5-run lead. That's not a good.
So Palmer comes in, walks the first man to face him. Alex Hinshaw is the left-hander up in the San Diego bullpen now. David Wright coming up. Davis hit the ball hard twice, doubled to right in the first, lined out to short in the third. Right at an even 400 now.
Do you get that pitch selection, Ronnie?
No.
You got Murphy without a home run. A 3-1 slider with Wright coming red hot with David Wright behind him.
And David takes a strike. Scott Hairston on deck. Batting cleanup tonight with the Padres starting a left-hander. Eric Stoltz, 5 innings, 4 hits, an unearned run, 1 walk, 2 strikeouts, and a chance for his first win of the season. 7 days after being claimed on waivers from the White Sox. And a harder throw to first, and Murphy back in.
I see the catcher running out here. You know what's interesting, guys? When we have these pitchers come in from a team we're only going to see once in the year, some of the broadcast booths who like us, there's maybe 1 or 2 in the league, but we have one here with the Padres. Mark Grant, who's been a friend to all of us, gave us a little scouting report on all his relievers, and he said that Palmer's a guy that pounds the strike zone, throws sinker, slider, cutter, every single pitch you see, and works quickly, but doesn't have it so far the first 2 hitters.
This is only his 2nd appearance for the Padres. Last year he spent the bulk of his year starting games in AAA in the Angels organization. He went 9-11 with a 6.44 ERA. This year he was starting games in AAA for San Diego, 7 starts for Tucson, 4-2 with a 4.64 ERA. So it's a journeyman pitcher who's just trying to find a niche. 2-1 to David Wright. And David hits it deep to center field. Back goes Maben to the track. Back at the wall. It's out of here. Or is it? Yeah, it is. Maben's chasing it as though it's in play, but it's a 2-run homer for Wright. His 5th of the year to dead center field, and it gets the Mets closer. It's now 6-3.
Dead central, Keith.
Well, 2-1 count, missed with 2 breaking balls, came in with the fastball, and David red hot.
Anything over that orange line, of course, folks. A home run now.
First home run for the Mets since Friday in Toronto when Scott Hairston went deep. So the Mets right back in it at 6-3. Now here's Hairston, and he takes a strike. Hairston is 0 for 2, a comebacker and a foul pop-up. So Wright tonight with a double and a home run, and he's back over 400 for the year. 28 runs batted in. There's a strike, and it's 0-2.
Well, the walks will kill, and the 5-run lead, you come in, you walk Daniel Murphy, and you face the leading hitter in the major leagues. Mets are back in this game.
Well, they pulled Stoltz after 5 and 74 pitches, probably because he had gotten hit on the arm by the Rotino line drive, because he had gone 97 pitches deep into his previous start, pitched into the 7th inning against the Angels. So the Padres having to use the short part of their bullpen. Ball and 2 strikes to Hairston. Brad Brock is the right-hander who's joined Hinshaw, the left-hander, in the Padres bullpen. The closer right now for San Diego, incredibly enough, is Dale Thayer, the same Dale Thayer who pitched without distinction for the Mets last year. Popped up by Hairston. Out goes Perino. In comes Maben, and it falls for a base hit. So a parachute off the bat of Scott Hairston, and he's got himself a hit.
I don't understand why Maidman gave up on that. The center fielder's got to come hard after that ball. It's almost an impossible play for the shortstop.
So 3 straight Mets have reached base to start this bottom of the 6th. A walk to Murphy, a 2-run homer for Wright, and now a pop fly single for Hairston. And now Lucas Duda will try and keep the line moving as Bud Black contemplates what to do next, along with his pitching coach Darren Balsley. Generally, the Mets have a spate of left-handers in the middle of their lineup. Not tonight. Starting against the left-hander Stoltz, Duda is followed by the right-hand hitter Rotino and then the switch hitter Torres. So let's see what Black does here. Does he go to the lefty? As we mentioned earlier, he's got an extra arm in that bullpen. He's got 8 relievers right now, so he can afford to make the extra pitching change. It looks like he's going to bring in the right-hander. So it is not Hinshaw who comes in to face Lucas Duda. It's the right-hander Brad Brock. So a pitching change at Citi Field. The Mets rallying in the 6th. 6-3 San Diego. We'll be right back. Here on SNY will be Sunday afternoon, and the final game of this 4-game series. R.A. Dickey will be going for his 7th win against Edison Volquez. 12:30 the coverage Sunday right here on SNY. Brad Brock out of Freehold, New Jersey, comes in to pitch for the Padres.
Well, he throws in the mid-90s. He can be a little erratic with his control, because you'll see here has a real violent throws across his body.
Lucas Duda first man to face him, and Brock goes up and away for ball 1. Duda dribbled an infield hit in the 2nd inning, and then he lined out to the first baseman in the 4th. Mets need one more base runner to get the tying run to the plate here in the 6th. With Hairston at first and nobody out. And Brock falls behind on Duda, 2-0.
And the Padres with a big shift on for Lucas. A shortstop up the middle, the third baseman all the way over. There's Ike.
With the bat in his hands, hoping for a call. Brock behind 2-0, and Duda takes a fastball off the plate, and it's ball 3. Well, the inning began with Matt Palmer walking Daniel Murphy in front of David Wright, and Wright pounded a 2-run homer to center field. Hairston followed with a pop fly single. Still nobody out in the inning. Now the 3-0, and Duda takes a strike, 3-1.
This might be a good nurse. Mr. Carson up in the bullpen. Second left-hander in that bullpen for the Mets now.
Might be a good idea to pinch hit Ike here, a fastball pitcher.
And there's a strike at the knees, 3-2. Joe Thatcher, the left-hander, is now up in the San Diego bullpen. So they've had, what, 4 different pitchers up this inning? 3-2, and Hairston has to dive back in. Dive back in the muddy track tonight. It's a mess.
Yeah, right?
It's not dusting yourself off. You need to be hosed off. Hairston not going, and Duda fouls off the fastball. Brad Brock, who went to Monmouth University down in West Long Branch. So he's a Jersey kid through and through. He went from one racetrack town to another. Again, the 3-2, and it's fouled off again. So Brock just coming with fastballs, and Duda trying to time him out.
Throws hard.
Brock made his debut with the Padres last year, got 9 games late in the season. And he's been a mainstay in that San Diego bullpen this year. This will be the 8th pitch of the at-bat. Hairston runs. Duda strikes out. And Hairston steals the base as Hundley couldn't hold the ball. So that's the first out of the inning. Hairston has his first steal of the year.
Upstairs, up and in, and just ties up Lucas. And Hundley just couldn't, on the exchange, get it going. They had a chance to throw him out.
Well, for the Mets, there's still very few bases. That's only their 17th of the year in 45 games. So a runner in scoring position for Vinny Rotino, who's 0 for 2 tonight, getting the start at first base against the lefty, and he'll stay in against the right-hander Brock. Rotino is hit into a fielder's choice and hit a comebacker, and he takes a strike. Rotino, who in his last game before being called up hit 3 home runs, is 1 for 9 as a Met. Here's Andres Torres on deck. Mets now with 6 hits. And well wide as Hundley has to lunge for it, a ball and a strike. So it would appear as though Brock has command of his fastball and little else.
Just want to change it for a strike, but that slider, like you said, not yet. This rainy day.
You're going to get a fastball here, I believe.
And he throws another slider and misses with it. 2-1.
Now he's going to come with the cheddar.
Rotino, who's from Wisconsin, knows all about cheddar.
That's right.
And Vinny watches it high, and now it's 3-1. Well, the Padre relievers in this inning, the middle guys Palmer and Brock, having all sorts of trouble throwing strikes after being handed a 5-run lead. Now it's a 3-run lead. Thatcher is ready in the bullpen. Let's have Torres, a switch hitter, on deck. 3-1, and Rotino swings through the fastball. 3-2.
Oh, he's going to get another one here. That was a hitter's count, 3-1, and he just got beat inside.
So Brock has faced 2 batters, gone to a full count on each. He struck out Duda as Hairston stole second. Now he's 3-2 on Rotino. And Vinny able to foul that one back.
He lost his top hand grip there on that swing. Oh, his bottom hand.
Hurt yourself that way.
Yes, you can.
And Rotino goes down swinging. So back-to-back strikeouts for Brad Brock, and there are 2 out of the inning.
Well, that was a good pitch there, right on the corner with something on it. He beats Rotino.
Got it to 94 on that last pitch. So now 2 out. Hairston still at second, and here's Andres Torres, returned to the lineup after being benched for a couple of days, and he has a single and a walk. He's also stolen a base, his second of the year. And he takes one in the dirt. 1-0. Well, if you're standing there and watching Brock from the dugout of the on-deck circle, you got to spit on everything with the fastball, don't you?
Precisely. He's a diamond in the rough. Good arm. No command of his secondary pitches, at least tonight.
And another good stop by Hundley, and it's 2-0.
So it's 2-0 now, and you got to come with a fastball.
Torres batting left-handed for the first time tonight, and this side has bedeviled him. He's hitting just 157 as a left-hand batter. And over the course of his career, this has been his better side. Here's a fastball for a strike, 2-1. Robert Carson ready if needed.
Wow.
Rally cap in full execution. It's early in the game for a rally cap, isn't it? 2-1. And that's fouled away. 2-2 to Torres.
This young man ever gets control of his secondary pitches, he could be pretty good. He's throws from the side across his body, very deceptive.
Brock has already struck out 2 in the inning. Late swing by Torres, and that rockets into the stands.
I mean, it's hard to throw a breaking pitch to Torres if you see him hitting the ball over the opposition dugout.
Right.
Unless you bounce it, I guess.
Make me feel like you want to go inside and get him with that good fastball. He got Duda up and in.
And he gets Torres on the foul tip. So Brock comes in and strikes out 3 in a row to put down the Mets' threat. Mets get a couple on David Wright's 5th home run of the year. David carrying matters for the Mets, but they trail at 6-3 after 6. Last two would finish third in the MVP voting in '88 behind Gibson and Strawberry, and that would be Kevin McReynolds.
Of course.
Let's just make it official. There it is. I mean, the feeling was that Darrell and Kevin split the vote, and that enabled Gibson with less than stellar statistics to sneak in and win that MVP.
Right, and Darrell had the great first half, if I remember correctly, and Kevin McReynolds had a terrific second half. And I was asked by Marty Noble who I thought the MVP should have been, and I said, like an idiot, I said, well, because of the good second half, I'd have to vote for McReynolds. And Darrell got really upset with me, and that took some serious Henry Kissinger and Philippa B.
That camera scold?
Oh boy,
who taunt? Cameron Maben takes it high, and it's 2-2. So everything was smooth.
They got patched over, and it was. I should have just said, they both. It was major error in blabbermouth.
So was that still during the season, or was that after the postseason?
It was. I don't recall. It was very, very late. It was almost like a couple games left in the season. It wouldn't have been that question that Marty would have asked me in the postseason.
So David Cohn wasn't the only one who was, quoted in the paper and might have stirred things up in a way that didn't help. Line to right center, a base hit for Maben. You get my drift there? Maben takes a turn and holds on with his third hit of the night. Well, to get us out of this conversation, it's time for another Mets 50th anniversary moment.
Maybe it's this.
Might be.
Aha. A high fly ball to center field. Webster going back. Grand slam, home run. Kevin McReynolds.
Keith Hernandez's MVP choice from 1988. Kevin McReynolds.
A man of a few words.
Loved to duck hunt.
Loved to play cards. High stakes.
Well, there's the numbers, and clearly Strawberry and McReynolds both had better statistics than Kirk Gibson, but Gibby won as much for his leadership as anything else.
Maybe they had the vote in November 1st that year.
Well, that's what I'm thinking. I mean, certainly after Game 1 of the World Series that year, it would have been a landslide after he hit the home run off Eckersley. Yonder Alonso 1 for 3 tonight, doubled and scored back in the third, and he dribbles one foul. 1-1.
The one thing, and I mean, everyone knows about Straw, so you don't have to add on to any of that stuff. But the people who don't know McReynolds, I think he was perfect in stolen bases that year, over 30, I believe. And he was a Gold Glove left fielder that made the play down the line and threw guys out at second better than anyone I've ever seen right-handed. And he was the best left-handed, Eddie Chavez.
Good stop by Johnson. 2-1 to Alonso. Well, the Mets got McReynolds after the '86 season. '88 was his second year with the Mets. And boy, for a while there, he was a really, really good player.
He was the first guy that I had ever played with that as soon as the game was done, he was in his car, gone.
He was out. Gone.
He got the feeling that as good as Kevin was at baseball, he didn't particularly love the game.
Yeah, I mean, you had to love it a little to play the way he played. I just think that, he was, for whatever reason, did not want to show any kind of emotion at all when he played. You saw that home run, a grand slam. You wouldn't know if it was a home run in a 10-2 game.
He liked to lay in the high weights, too. He was a guess hitter.
He was.
Oh, gosh. That big old bucket head, too. He had that big extra big size helmet.
Before think about this. He tore up his knee at University of Arkansas right before the draft. had to have, kind of major surgery on it. He was still taken, I believe, 7th in that draft. And the scouts that talked about him said that he was one of the fastest players they had ever timed. And we're talking about a man who was a big man.
Maben got a huge jump. Doesn't matter. It's ball 4 to Alonso. And so the Padres have the first 2 men on in the 7th against Acosta, who issues his first walk.
What was K-Mac? 6'2", about 230, 240? I mean, big man.
Would you think he was 240?
No, 225, 230.
Eventually he might have been.
I think he was always fit. That's for sure.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Listed at 6'2", 205, but he certainly looked bigger than that.
He could run. And I remember one particular night in Pittsburgh, and I was out like a light, and there was a card game in the room next door, and it got around 4 in the morning, and it woke me up. So I banged on the door because I listened, and I won't say who was in there, but I recognized all 4 voices. So I pretended like I was a house detective.
You did.
Knocked on the door.
Yeah.
And of course they answered the door, and we had a big laugh. 4 in the morning playing cards. I couldn't do that. That gets in the way of the next game. At least for me.
Of course, McReynolds started out his career with the Padres, and the Mets got him after '86 in the deal that sent Kevin Mitchell to San Diego. And of course, Mitch would eventually wind up a National League MVP.
Joe McIlvaine said it's the biggest mistake he's ever made in judgment with the trading of Mitchell.
Guzman pops one up down the line. Rotino coming over near the stands, and he hits it hard. Comes up empty. Looks like he's okay. Not sure he knew that railing was approaching him.
That's the kind of player Rotino is that no half stepping over there. Went right after it.
Ike's been known to make plays at railings.
Yes, he had. Yes, he made some fine pop-up catches.
So Acosta ahead on Guzman 1 and 2. Guzman having a big day. A single and a double. He's driven in a pair. And Acosta taking a look back at Maben, who was dancing off the bag at second.
Did you and I do the opening of this game with talking about the woes of the San Diego Padres? Did we do that?
Yes.
That game in St. Louis today, the Phillies were up 6-0. Cardinals tied it, but the Phillies have gone back out in front. Pulled foul. Still a ball and 2 strikes to Guzman.
That was Blanton that started that one for Philadelphia. And they gave him the big lead. He couldn't hold on to it.
They've lost a lot of games every which way but loose, haven't they, Philadelphia? Nothing's come easy.
Well, most of their losses have come because of a lack of run production. That's clearly not a problem for them tonight. Acosta working at a snail's pace with 2 men on. Little tapper. Cedeno gets the flip to Murphy, and that's all they'll get. As Alonso is cut down at second, Maben moves over to third, and Guzman safe at first with 1 out. And that'll bring Chase Headley to the plate with first and third and 1 out.
Not to be confused with Hetty Lamar.
Headley.
Headley.
Chase Headley 1 for 3 tonight.
Harvey Korman was a big baseball fan and a big Dodger fan.
Now you're speaking to a generation that may not have seen Blazing Saddles, so maybe you need to explain.
Or the Carol Burnett show, for that matter. He was a regular comedian. You youngsters out there, Harvey Korman was one of the funny men. He was in Blazing Saddles. He was the villain in Blazing Saddles.
How many times a day do you think that Chase Headley hears somebody drop that on?
Oh, I'm sure he hears it all the time.
A ball and 2 strikes to Headley. With Maben at third and Guzman at first and 1 out, and Acosta could use a double play grounder right about now. Headley, a switch hitter, much better from the right side than from the left. Hitting just .216 as a left-hand batter. 2-2. Acosta working his second inning of relief. Robert Carson is staying busy in the Mets bullpen. And the breaking ball ripped down the line. That's a fair ball off the jutting stands. Maben is in to score. Guzman goes to third. Headley will hold at first with an RBI single. And the Padres tack on a run at 7-3. Boy, the Padres, for a team that has not hit much this year, they've hit some shots tonight.
Serious lenius.
Well, this is a hanger right there. Just ripped. 5 doubles in this game, and because of the configuration of the ballpark, nice, just out of the reach of Bertino's hands. They hit those angles there. They might have had 7 doubles in this game.
They've been having a big night. 3 hits, 2 runs scored. Here's Nick Hundley, and he takes it high. So after the Mets rallied to get closer on David Wright's 2-run homer and had a runner in scoring position, Brad Brock comes out of the bullpen to set them down, and now the Padres get a run right back. It's a high breaking ball he got away with, and it's 1-1. Guzman at third and Headley at first with 1 out. Hundley is 0 for 3. He's flied out and struck out twice. Lifetime .255 hitter who just hasn't hit a lick this year, and he takes it wide. 2-1. Nick Hundley, the Gustavo Molina of the catching Hundleys.
Oh, that's right.
The man who is not related. Nick says that people come up to him almost every day to say, hey, you know, I played with your dad. Meaning Randy. Maybe the time will come that they'll mean Todd.
Todd, right?
But in either event, he's not related to either one of them. I guess if it was related to one, he'd be related to both. Fouled away.
It's hard to believe that he's gotten off the, and he's had some injuries too, but you know, he's a valuable part of this offense, and he has come out of the gate kind of like Ike has come out of the gate for the Mets.
Ike, the Arizona State product. Hundley from U of Arizona.
Okay.
2-2 from Acosta, and Hundley fouls off another one.
Navy still here.
In service to the country and enjoying their day at the ballpark. Rain or no rain. Oh, trickles away from Johnson, but no advance. And a full count to Hundley. If you're just joining us and you're wondering about the late hour, we had an hour and 8-minute rain delay. A rain delay that completely changed the tenor of this game. Mets led 1-0 after 2 when the rains came. Jeremy Hefner, first big league start, pitching well. And then after the delay, things fell apart. Runner goes. It's hit deep down the right field line. Slicing foul. After the rain delay, Hefner allowed 5 hits to the first 6 batters he faced. A 4-run third for the Padres, and they added 2 more in the 4th, chasing Hefner. And the Mets have been trying to play catch up ever since. Headley runs again. Hundley strikes out. That's the 2nd out. Johnson thought it was the 3rd.
Oh,
he was going to the dugout.
So was Acosta. And he had a shot to throw the runner out.
Headley didn't have much of a jump at all on a 3-2 pitch. And Johnson just blithely heading off, thinking it was the 3rd out. That's embarrassing.
He had him dead to rights. It comes up throwing.
So Headley has his 4th stolen base of the year. I guess that makes up for the one he thought he was safe the last time.
Head scratcher. That is not going to make your skipper very happy.
So 2 out, 2 in scoring position. Now Andy Perino, who's 0 for 3 tonight, struck out twice and flied to center. And that one's looped into center field, and it falls for a hit. 2 outs weren't enough. The Padres tack on 2 more runs, and now it's 9-3.
That is a very costly mental error right there.
Andy Perino with his 2nd and 3rd runs batted into the season.
Everything's up today with Acosta. It's really out of the strike zone, but it's belt high. They could have had to strike him out, throw him out, inning over, and now those are big 2 runs right there. Now it's a 6-run lead. That's very costly.
So the low-scoring Padres putting up a big score today. Here's Everth Cabrera, who's had a lot to do with it. He's 3 for 3 and make it 4 for 4. Cabrera with his 4th hit of the night. Perino pulls in at 2nd. So Everth Cabrera, who started his season 0 for 17, they can't get him out now.
Well, I think Acosta, Ronnie, it's one of those games when Davey came out to you and said you're going to have to find a way out of this inning.
Exactly. You know, but now where the game has gotten a little out of control, you'll got to take a look at Mr. Carson at some point, don't you?
Well, Blake T. Cody is going to be the pinch hitter. Batting for the pitcher, Brock, who did a terrific job coming in and striking out 3 in a row. Luke Gregerson throwing in the bullpen for San Diego. So T. Cody will be the 8th man to bat in the inning. Just 1 hit and 9 at bats since being called up. Another guy who's been a beneficiary of all the injuries the Padres have had. They've already set a season high for runs scored, and they've got plenty of chances for more. Well, the Mets tonight coming home to start an 11-game homestand, and they have not by any means played their best game of the year. Acosta, who already had 1 foot in the dugout, not trying to put this inning to bed. And he gets T. Cody on 3 pitches to end the inning. But a ghastly inning for the Mets as the Padres tack on 3 and lead at 9-3 at the 7th inning stretch.
Nickius. Hear about the preparation that goes into being a major league catcher, plus get an inside look at Bobby Parnell and the adjustment he's made this year on Mets Weekly, presented by W.B. Mason, Sunday at 6 p.m. only on SNY. Left-hander Joe Thatcher comes in to pitch for the Padres.
Well, he's there. Tim Burdock, he said, done a fine job with those 12 strikeouts and 12 1/3 innings pitched. He is a submariner left-hander. You don't see many of them in the major leagues.
His 6th year with the Padres. Rob Johnson, the former Padre catcher, leads off, so he should know what Thatcher brings to the table. Johnson tonight has hit 2 comebackers, 1 into a double play. He's 0 for 2. Kirk Neuenhuis has come out on deck to pinch hit. And it's punched to the right side, and Johnson has a base hit. So Rob Johnson, against his former battery mate, leads off the bottom of the 7th, and that'll make him feel a tad better after forgetting how many outs there were in the last half inning. Maybe a tad.
Shouldn't.
Not sure it'll make Terry Collins feel any better. No. So here's Neuenhuis. Didn't start tonight against the lefty. Had a very good series in Pittsburgh.
He's also 3 for 3 on the year as a pinch hitter with an RBI.
One of those came in Pittsburgh in the first game of that series. Had 4 hits and 7 at bats in the 3 games against the Pirates, raising his average to .292.
It's be an interesting at bat for Neuenhuis against the sidearm throw at Thatcher.
Mets have only 1 right-handed bat left on their bench, and that's Mike Nickius. So rather than use his backup catcher, Terry sends Neuenhuis up against Thatcher. Robert Carson will be preparing to make his Citi Field debut. A ball and a strike to Neuenhuis. Carson made his Mets debut in Toronto on the last road trip. Yeah, there's a fastball from Thatcher for a strike, 1-2. It was interesting hearing Sandy Alderson talk about Neuenhuis and the strides that he's made with his development pushed a little faster than expected by circumstance this year, and how well he's adjusted.
You know what's interesting is that every time he was promoted in the minor leagues, he was the best player on that team at every level. So maybe this was not out of the norm for him to come up here and play so well. Just seems to make that adjustment you need to make at the next level.
But you know, something that was impressed me is that he struggled and he was struck out a lot.
Little spinner past the mound. In comes Cabrera to make the quick toss and gets Neuenhuis for the first down.
That's a tough left-hander right there to come off the bench, a lefty-lefty matchup. But you know, getting back to Kirk, he just keeps swinging and show an improvement. He just needs to lay off the upstairs pitches, the pitches out of the strike zone.
So the first time Neuenhuis hasn't gotten a hit as a pinch hitter this year. Here's Ronnie Cedeno batting leadoff tonight. He's gone 0 for 3. Lined out, struck out, flied out, and Thatcher misses outside, ball 1. Mets are facing a right-hander tomorrow night. Anthony Bass goes for the Padres. Wonder if we'll see Mike Baxter back in that leadoff spot again. Led off the last 2 games in Pittsburgh. 2 balls and no strikes to Cedeno. Luke Gregerson up in the San Diego bullpen. Thatcher is the 4th San Diego pitcher of the night. Johnson at second with 1 out. And Cedeno takes a strike. Joe Thatcher, who came out of Indiana State, was undrafted. Had to go to the Frontier League and play for the River City Rascals before he drew the attention of a major league organization.
Those independent leagues provide a nice way station, not only for players who are undrafted coming out of high school or college, but also for older players. I noted today that the Long Island Ducks signed Armando Benitez, 40 years old, and trying to make a comeback, and he's going to play for Buddy Harrelson's team out on the island. You never know.
Yeah, well, sometimes you do.
It's the 2-2 and the slider in for a call. Strike 3. So Cedeno down looking for the second out of the inning.
Those independent leagues, how do they work, Gary? Because they don't have an affiliation. So if a team wants to sign a player, they have to pay that team or that league for the player?
That's a really good question. I don't know exactly how those transactions work, but I do know that players are free to leave at any time if they get interest from a major league organization. Daniel Murphy shoots one foul. Murphy 0 for 2 and a walk today, just 1 for his last 21. First real slump he's hit this year.
Well, no one is immune from slumps.
Yes, and then Terry Collins was addressing it. He said they thought maybe, Murph's one of those hard workers. He said that maybe, he might be really grinding it out, and also moving down in that lineup, he thought Murph might have been trying to swing and provide a little more pop maybe. He hasn't had a home run yet this season.
173 at bats deep. David Wright, who had a home run his last time up, is waiting on deck. Mets down 9-3 in the 7th. Murphy down in the count 1-2. And Daniel lays off the slider 2-2. Murph's batting average, which was well over 300 a couple of weeks ago, now barely hovering over 300.
It's a very funny game, is it not? I mean, Murph will come out of his slump. We know he can hit, and he'll go into a tear. But it's just so interesting how you get in a slump, and boy, you're just like lost in a deep forest.
Well, for a month you couldn't get him out, and he goes down on the slider. So Thatcher takes care of Cedeno and Murphy with back-to-back strikeouts, and the Mets strand a runner in the 7th. Robert Carson coming in for the 8th. It's 9-3. So the Marlins and Mets were tied in the standings going into the day, and Marlins getting thumped, Mets getting thumped. Robert Carson with an opportunity, his first home game here at Citi Field.
You know, I always find these things interesting. Is that we saw him pitch in Toronto. He's got a great fastball, breaking ball command. His issues are always going to be the problem right now. But you know, he just didn't make it as a starter last season. He started 24 times, only pitched 128 innings.
And that was at the same level he was pitching at this year down in Binghamton. And the year before in Binghamton, he was 1-6 with an ERA over 8. So clearly the move to the bullpen has paid dividends for Carson. He falls behind Will Venable 2-0.
Throwing strikes is the key, because everyone who ever watches this young man throw knows he has electric stuff. Murphin for a little encouragement.
Cameron Maybin on deck, then Yonder Alonso here in the 8th. By the way, I don't know if you can tell on TV, but Robert Carson is a very big man.
Yeah, he is.
He's listed at 6'4", 240, and he is every bit of that. You stand next to him, it's like standing next to a mountain. And that's inside, ball 4, so Carson walks his first batter on 4 pitches. And Venable's on for the 3rd time tonight. Hattiesburg, Mississippi. 14th round pick in the 07 draft. So here's Maybin, who's had a big night. 3 for 4. He's driven in 2. He's scored 2. He's stolen a base along the way. Padres have stolen 3 bases tonight, in addition to their 15 hits. No home runs, of course.
It's a trend tonight.
Well, it's been a trend for San Diego all year. In fact, the Padres, this is their highest scoring game of the year, but they have 17 home runs through their first 45 games coming into tonight. That's the fewest for any major league team through their first 45 games since 1993. The expansion Marlins that year had 17, the same number through their first 45. And Carson still hasn't thrown a strike.
Well, and home plate umpire Jeff Nelson's had a tight strike zone all night anyway.
I mean, that was the first year expansion season for the Marlins in '93. It's the Rich Renteria Marlins.
Oh, okay, I got you.
That's what I'm saying, is they didn't have a ton of talent on that first year expansion team. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Maybin.
He's a gamer, son. The fans that are still here throughout this rain.
You can always tell who the diehards are. When the hour gets late and the weather gets nasty and the score gets lopsided, the folks who are still here, there are no better fans in the world. Sometimes it's easier to get a ball. Bouncer to third, 2 if they hurry, but a bad throw by Wright costs them any chance of getting 2. Out at second is Venable, as Murphy somehow kept his foot on the bag for the first out.
Well, David comes too much sidearm, then runs that ball into the line. It sinks towards first base line, and Murph a little off balance there, a little late getting there.
You know, for 7 weeks, David did not make a single errant throw, and now just in the last few days he's made a couple. Driven to center field by Alonso. Back goes Torres to the warning track. It's over his head and off the fence. He blocks it. To third goes Maybin. He'll be waved home. The relay throw by Cedeno to the plate, and Maybin able to score standing up. It's a double for Alonso, and it's 10-3 San Diego. Now, Yonder Alonso is known for his bat, and he crushed that to left center.
Oh, fastball up, outside corner, goes right with it. Nice play off the wall by Torres. And watch the throw in. There's no on-deck batter to tell Maybin to slide or not. I mean, Guzman was just falling asleep. He might as well just got a chair and pulled up.
He's the same guy that was umpiring on second base earlier in the game.
Jeez. What are you thinking? You're going to help your player, your teammate.
Now, Jesus Guzman takes a strike. Well, Alonso's had an impressive night with the bat, 2 doubles and a walk.
Kind of like a mini Joey Votto the way he hits.
Well, the Padres made that big deal with the Reds, and they got a lot of talent back. They sent Matt Latos to Cincinnati, but they got Edison Volquez, who, we know has the capability of being a frontline starter. They got Alonso. They got Yasmin Grandal, who's a terrific catching prospect. Guzman pops one up on the infield. Who's going to take it? Murphy calls. 2 hands it. 2 out.
Now the Padres have 2 guys with 2 hits, 2 guys with 3 hits, and 1 guy with 4 hits.
6 doubles.
Oh, gee.
So here's Headley, who's 2 for 4 on the night. Stolen a base, driven in a run, scored a run. He hits it well out to left field. Long run over toward the line goes Hairston, and he runs it down to end the inning. But the Padres tack on a run on Alonso's RBI double. 10-3 as the Mets come to bat in the bottom of the 8th at Citi Field. Padre bullpen now for 4 years.
He had an incredible year in 2010 when they just missed the playoffs. 80 games, 78 innings, 18 walks, and 89 strikeouts. What a year.
I don't know what this means because it's kind of a bogus stat.
Okay.
But Luke Gregerson has the major league record for holds in a season.
Well, what's the number?
40. 2010, he had 40 holds. Now, the hold is kind of a crazy number. There's Alexi Amarista, who's coming to play second base for the Padres.
Well, let's say it this way. He and Mike Adams were very good in that bullpen at the end of the game to get the ball to Heath Bell.
Those were the days in that San Diego bullpen. Everett Cabrera moving from second to third. So Chase Headley's come out of the game. David Wright leads off in the home 8th inning and takes a strike. David hit a bomb of a 2-run homer off the front of the apple casing in the 6th inning. His 5th home run of the year. He's also doubled to right. 2 for 3 on the night. And he takes it high from Gregerson, a ball and a strike. Right with his 2 hits tonight, hitting .404 for the year.
Keith, how do you play tricks with yourself to keep your concentration for these kind of at-bats? Your last at-bat, 10-3 game. You always talk about not giving an at-bat away. It's tough sometimes, isn't it?
I always felt it was easy.
Yeah.
With the bat. You can kind of get on your heels. A nice base hit by David.
Third hit of the night for David Wright. I think it's got to be a little bit easier in that you know that pitchers are going to throw you strikes in this situation.
And you don't want, it's easy because you're up at the plate and you're getting in a bat where you can get a hit. You can fall asleep a little bit, maybe on your heels in the field in a game like this, more so.
Okay.
You just don't come off the bat when you're holding a runner on as much as in the hole as you should.
Well, Wright yesterday saw his batting average fall below 400 for the first time in a couple of weeks. 3 for 4 today, and he's back up to 408. And that's got to be pretty good motivation in those late game at bats too.
Right.
David now has 60 hits for the year. 60 hits in Mets' first 45 games. Remember, he missed 3 early in the season and sat out another. Scott Hairston 1 for 3 on the day. Had a pop fly single his last time up. That's about the leadoff man on now 4 straight innings, but have been unable to get closer. On the contrary, they've fallen further behind. Cabrera to Amarista, and the relay too late. So Wright is erased for the first out of the inning. So Hairston aboard with 1 out. Now Lucas Duda the batter. Duda had an infield single in the second. And Mike Davis has come out on deck to bat for Vinny Rotino. Here's Ike Davis, the subject of so much discussion over the last week and again today, with the Mets announcing that he will not be sent to the minor leagues. 2-0 to Duda. Luke Gregerson, the 5th San Diego pitcher. Joe Thatcher worked a scoreless 7th. And a 2-0 breaking ball with a 7-run lead.
Gregerson is a slider masterson. I mean, that's really all he throws when he comes in.
Shouldn't he just have a fastball in reserve for 2-0 with a 7-run lead?
For a little sinker?
Some. And there's ball 4, and Duda's on with a walk. So 2 aboard. Ike Davis coming up to pinch hit, and coming up to tell us what's coming up on Geico Sports Night, it's Gary Apple.
Gary, thanks so much. Coming up tonight, going to have the latest on the injury to the Giants' Akeem Nixon with the Rangers on the brink. We'll hear from their coach, John Tortorella. See you tonight, guys.
You don't always hear a lot from Tortorella.
What do you think? Rangers have a chance? Going to Jersey, Game 6?
Sure,
just like 94?
Hank's going to have to be better than New Jersey, I'll tell you that.
Well, here's Ike, who went 1 for 4 in Pittsburgh yesterday. 3 hits in his last 37 at bats. And as bad as the numbers have been for Ike overall, his numbers at Citi Field have just been horrific. He's 4 for 62 in his home ballpark this year. That's an .065 home batting average.
That could be pressing in front of the home folks.
First pitch swinging, and he fouls it off. That's 20 games at Citi Field in which he's gone 4 for 62. Only one Mets player has ever had a lower batting average over a span of 20 home games. You got to go back to 1965 when Bobby Klaus was 2 for 50.
Oh, Lord.
That would be 040. One hit improves that in a big way in a hurry. By the way, Klaus also had a 48 at-bat hitless streak at Shea in that 65 season, which is the longest for any Met in history in terms of a home hitless streak. 48 at-bats. Second longest, Darryl Strawberry, 47.
In 86,
1986.
Right? Yeah, I remember.
Late July to early September.
I forgot about that.
That's almost incomprehensible. 1-2 now to Davis, but I think it also shows that, you know, even the best players go through horrible stretches. The problem when you look at Ike is he just doesn't have that much of a track record that you can fall back on. Almost a full season in 2010 and then 5 weeks last year, and that's it. But the Mets believe in him, and they're going to stick with him. 1-2 from Gregerson, and Ike fouls it off.
It was interesting that Terry Collins said today, and I was reading between the lines. He said he wants to see every major leaguer is going to go through hard times, and it's the guys who fight their way through it are the guys you want to watch. And he wants to watch Ike fight through this at this level.
And as Terry said, that doesn't mean he's going to play every day, but it also doesn't mean he's going to be platoon. He mentioned in particular Cole Hamels is facing the Mets next week, and Davis will be in there against Cole, whom he's hit well in the past. But Vinny Rotino got the start at first base tonight and might well again on Saturday when the Mets face Clayton Richard, another left-hander. But he'll get his chances against right-handed pitching. And, you know, the other piece is the Mets are an infinitely more potent defensive team with Ike on the field, regardless of how he's hitting. And that one skips away from Hundley, and that'll advance the runners. Hairston to third, Duda to second.
Well, not a very good effort by Hundley here. It's one of these rain delay games.
You were just talking about taking off a play defensively occasionally, right?
Yep. You're up 10-3. Just want to go home.
So now 2 in scoring position for Davis. And Ike rips one into right field for a base hit. Hairston scores. Duda's being waved around. He'll score a 2-run pinch hit single for Ike Davis.
Well, he fouled off some tough sinkers down and in and got a hanger there. It's still a little out in front, but you got to hope that this will get him running and off and running, I should say.
Citi Field no longer a curse for Ike. He drives in a pair to make it 10-5 San Diego. And now Andres Torres is 1 for 2 and a walk tonight. Time was asked for by the catcher Hundley. Mets now with 9 hits in the game. The Padres season highs in runs with 10 and hits with 16. Davis at first and 1 out. And Torres takes inside from Gregerson, ball 1, and Hundley's been beaten out of path between the mound and home plate. Out for another conversation.
I don't know what this could be about. And it's 10-5. Got a better strike. Pitching coach coming out.
Got a veteran pitcher out there.
Darren Balsley out to join the conversation. Action is about to commence again in the San Diego bullpen. Padres were up 6-1. Mets got the 2-run homer from Wright in the 6th and looked like they were poised for more as the fireballing Andrew Kashner gets up in the bullpen. But Brad Brock came in in relief in the 6th and really set things straight. 3 straight strikeouts, and then the Padres tacked on 3 in the 7th, 1 in the 8th. Looked like they were home free, but now it's 10-5, and Gregerson having trouble throwing strikes. Grounded down to first. Alonso bobbles for a moment, gets the out at second, and that's the second out of the inning. So Davis is erased on the 3-6 force play. Torres aboard with 2 out, and Rob Johnson comes up for the 4th time. Johnson's 1 for 3, single to right his last time up. They're having quite a game in St. Louis tonight. Kai Wigginton homered in the top of the 8th. Phillies 10, Cardinals 8 as they go to the bottom of the 8th. Holiday, Molina, and Freese have all homered for St. Louis tonight. And do you think Hawks having a good time tonight? The White Sox have hit 5 home runs.
Put it on the board. Yes.
White Sox 11, Twins 8. That game is in the 9th. So 1-1 to Johnson. If he can keep the inning alive. Mets have Mike Baxter on deck to pinch hit. How many announcer imitations do you think we can do?
I'm bad, so
you just did an outstanding Hawk.
I don't know if it's outstanding, but
hey, at 11:21 in the 8th inning of this game, it was outstanding.
Thank you very much.
1-2 to Johnson, and I'm sure Hawk appreciates it. Now, are you old enough to have seen Hawk play with the Red Sox?
Of course. He's a very, very fancy player, too. Always had the high stirrups. Home run hitter. Well, he was always shooting for that wall. Every time up.
Now the 2-2. And Johnson lifts one to right center. Should be easy for Venable. And that retires the side. Mets get a little closer with 2 runs on Ike Davis's pinch hit single. 10-5 Padres after 8. Is brought to you by your Mercedes-Benz Tri-State dealers. Visit them on the web at searchmercedes.com. Seems like this entire night's gone in super slow motion.
There you go.
Ike Davis stays in the game at first base as we go to the 9th. Nick Hundley leads off against Robert Carson, who gave up a run in the 8th inning. Hundley's 0 for 4. He struck out 3 times, trying to avoid the dreaded golden sombrero. He takes ball 1.
I thought you couldn't say that when Keith's in the booth.
I don't think he was paying attention.
Oh, okay.
At this stage of the ball game, I'm not.
Oh. Long drive, deep left field. Back goes Hairston to the track. Back at the wall, and it's out of here.
Jeez.
Well, no golden sombrero for Nick Hundley. Instead, he hits it into an empty Party City deck for his 3rd home run of the year.
The 18th home run for the Pods as a team.
Well, it took them to their 17th hit of the night for one of them to leave the ballpark. So Nick Hundley putting a charge in one. So after the Arizona State guy gets off the schneid with a hit, the University of Arizona guy does the same.
A fastball right down the middle, belt high.
Been a very satisfying night in that San Diego dugout. Now Andy Perino, who drove in 2 runs with a base hit in the 7th.
17 hits tonight.
Alex Hinshaw, the left-hander, who was up earlier for the Padres, perhaps getting ready for the bottom of the 9th. Jeremy Hefner took it on the chin tonight after an hour 8-minute rain delay. Came back in the 3rd inning and was just not the same. Wound up giving up 6 runs and 9 hits over 3 2/3. Ramon Ramirez went an inning and a 1/3, no runs, 1 hit. Then Manny Acosta got touched for 3 runs and 5 hits in his 2 innings of work. And now Robert Carson working his 2nd inning to try and finish things up for the Mets. Meanwhile, Everth Cabrera waits patiently in the on-deck circle. He already has his first 4-hit game tonight. And now Cabrera will have a chance for a 5-hit game.
Well, he came into the night hitting .095. So he'll see a big rise there. 2 for 21 coming into this game.
Wonder what the lowest batting average in history is for a player before he gets a 5-hit game.
Wow.
I mean, other than like opening day, when everybody's at 0.
Yeah. I got you.
5-hit games are hard to come by for anybody, but particularly for the number 8 hitter.
I mean, yeah, exactly, because the pitcher behind you. How many did you have, Keith? 5-hit days, you know?
I'm not sure, Ron.
Yeah.
I had a few.
I'm just saying the 8 hitter doesn't get 5 at bats very often.
Yeah, that's right, too.
Ike Davis catches the pop-up, and Perino's retired. Which brings to mind the fact, do you know who had the last pitcher to have a 5-hit game in the major leagues?
Ah, pitcher.
He was once a coach of yours. Mel Stottlemyre.
Oh, that makes sense. Mel could rake.
1964 or 5, I think. Mel had a 5-hit game. It's the last one by a pitcher. Well, here's Cabrera with a chance for a 5-hit game. He has a double and 3 singles. He's stolen a base. He's scored 2 runs. Started the game at 2nd base. Now playing 3rd. And Carson misses inside, 2-0. And Cabrera hits it out to left center. Closing ground is Hairston. And the Mets finally get Everth Cabrera out. That's the 2nd out of the inning. We'll check in with the studio, see what's coming up on WB Mason post-game live. What do you got, guys? You guys are night owls.
They are. They look good in their suits. Bobby's sporting that orange tie. Very nice, Bob.
Fans are true to the orange and blue.
There you go.
Amarista batting for the first time. He's 5'7".
Wow. Only because he was one of the great guys of all time. If you want to see how the game's changed for starting pitchers, you young people out there, Google Mel Stottlemyre. Look at some of his numbers in his career before he hurt his arm.
You know, we were talking with Sandy Alderson tonight about the possibility of bringing up a young pitcher if you're in a pennant race. That's what Mel did with the Yankees in '64.
That's right. Pitched in the World Series.
Did Mel pitch Game 7 against Gibson in '64? I'm not sure.
I don't know that.
Grass cutter to short. Cedeno against the speed of Amarista. Can't throw him out. Amarista gets down the line in a hurry, and he's got the Padres' 18th hit of the night.
Well, you can run, or oh boy. If that's me, Ronnie, I'm making a right-hand turn to the dugout. Hang with them.
And asking Terry Collins to take out.
So Will Venable will get a 6th plate appearance. He's got 2 doubles and a walk. 2 for 4, 2 runs scored, and 2 RBIs.
I am pretty sure Mel did pitch Game 7.
He did indeed. Didn't get out of the 5th inning. Gibson went the distance. Cardinals won it 7-5. But that's a pretty big spot for a rookie pitcher. Lace to center, and on comes Torres to grab it to retire Venable and end the inning. A home run by Hundley makes it 11-5 Padres. Last licks for the Mets. Is brought to you by your Mercedes-Benz Tri-State dealers. Visit them on the web at searchmercedes.com. By Partners Executive Transportation, driving you around the world. By Brooklyn Burger. By Toyota. When you choose Toyota, you get a lot for less. Toyota. And by State Farm. Tonight's State Farm agent of the game is Gil Walton of the Bronx. Contact Gil's office at gilwalton.net. Alex Hinshaw will try and finish things off for the Padres tonight.
Hinshaw is a guy that they say has a pretty good slider, throws extremely hard, has a lot of movement. Command is an issue.
Mike Baxter will be the pinch hitter for the Mets, leading off in the last of the ninth. Baxter continues to put up extraordinary pinch hit numbers this year. 8 hits and 17 at bats as a pinch hitter. Started the last 2 games in Pittsburgh, went 2 for 8 as the leadoff hitter. And we'll see if he gets another crack at that tomorrow night against the right-hander. Takes a fastball for a strike, 0-1. Ronnie Cedeno and Daniel Murphy to follow here in the bottom of the ninth. Padres have now used 6 pitchers. Eric Stoltz stands to get his first victory for San Diego. He went the first 5. And while Jeremy Hefner struggled coming out of the rain delay, Stoltz excelled. Retired the side in order the first 2 innings after the delay, while his team was getting him a 5-run lead against Hefner, who was making his first major league start and stands to be the loser tonight. And Baxter tops one toward first, right at the bag for Alonso, 1 away. So 1 out and nobody on. Now Ronnie Cedeno, who is 0 for 4 in his first stint as a leadoff hitter for the Mets. Tomorrow night, Dylan G for New York. Anthony Bass, who's pitched as well as anybody on that San Diego staff, goes for the Padres. Game will be on Pix 11 tomorrow night. And Cedeno, first pitch swinging, pops it up. In comes Venable to call. 2 out. So Ronnie, we see you again when? Monday?
Monday. I'll be here for the day game, Memorial Day.
Oh, really?
Monday.
Kurt wouldn't
the Phils, the Fighting Phils.
Kurt wouldn't give you the whole weekend off.
Well, Monday's a new series. It's the Phillies coming in Monday.
That's right. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday.
Yeah.
Off day Thursday,
off
and
day.
then the big wraparound
Cardinals
weekend with the Cardinals.
Nice to see Ike smiling.
Yeah, right.
Haven't seen a lot of that recently. So the Mets down to their final out. Here's Daniel Murphy. And Murph takes at the knees for a strike, 0-1.
This kid's got a pretty good arm, Hinshaw.
"29 years old, had a couple of cups of coffee with the Giants before this year." A ball and a strike. Here's my Alex Hinshaw note. Alex Hinshaw's uncle, his mother's brother, at one time was Afghanistan's ambassador to Spain. His uncle Gul Ahmed Shirzada.
Very nice.
Afghanistan's ambassador to Spain.
We got to share that because you never get those kind of little blurbs for ball players. Usually it's I love fishing, hunting, and playing golf.
I don't think we've ever mentioned Afghanistan on a baseball broadcast before.
That's right.
So I think that was outstanding. David Wright hoping for another turn. Hey, he could get a triple. He'd have a cycle. Not an easy triples ballpark anymore. And Murphy takes it wide, and David may get another chance. Now Hinshaw with the 3-1, and Murphy takes a strike. And the Mets are down to their last strike of the night. They're playing the charge music.
Oh, jeez.
Looking for Larry Storch.
F Troop. Here's the 3-2 coming to Murphy. And it's low ball 4, and Wright will come to the plate. So there is some drama in this game. Mets have had one cycle this year that belonged to Scott Hairston. And now David Wright, already with a single, double, and home run, looks to find a gap for that triple and his first career cycle. David with the 3 hits tonight, now up to 408 on the year. 408 on May the 24th.
It's pretty amazing.
His home run tonight was straightaway center field, his 5th of the year. Now has 28 runs batted in. And David drives one foul. Keep that ball fair down the line. Maybe you have a chance for a triple. And Wright takes in the dirt. Hundley boxes it down, and it's 1-1.
They haven't stopped. They went with charge, let's go, and now the Queen song.
Only need 4 more base runners to get the tying run to the plate.
That'd be 5 more tunes.
One from Hinshaw, and right tops one foul off his foot. A little pain at 11:39 in the evening. The reason David wears that guard on top of his foot, but he missed it.
Yeah, right on top of his toe. Just because of what happened this week, makes you cringe because of Cody Ross. He wears one of those too and hit one on top of his foot and broke his foot?
Yep. Going to be out for a couple of months, like every Red Sox outfielder. So now David back in the box with a 1-2 count. Two balls, 2 strikes. Right, trying to keep it going for New York as Hinshaw tries to close off the evening. And Wright takes ball 3. Shaw does the 360. And it's a full count to Wright with Murphy at first and 2 out. So Daniel B on the move. And Wright swings and grounds one down to third. Cabrera runs around the backhand and throws him out to end the ball game. So the Padres, battering the Mets after the rain delay, put up their biggest offensive numbers of the year and spoil the Mets' homecoming as the Padres rout the Mets 11-5.
Well, there's not too much you can say about the pitching in this game other than Stoltz getting his first big league win this season. I thought that the New Jersey native Brock did a great job coming in and stopping a mini rally by the Mets, getting 3 strikeouts in a row. And just a tough night for Jeremy Hefner, who seemed to have everything working, then after the rain delay struggled.
Well, the 4 runs in the 3rd and then 2 in the 4th, and then they blow it open in the 7th with 3. 18 hits by the Pods, 6 doubles, a home run. Wright 3 for 5. Ike Davis a pinch hit single with 2 RBI in that single.
Hour and 8-minute rain delay,
adding to an almost 3.5-hour game. The Padres win it, doing something they don't often do by stomping the opposition. We'll be back in a moment.